Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I moved into a cheap basement apartment to save money. That was it. No dark backstory, no cursed building, no weird old landlord. Just a guy in his 30s, fresh off a divorce and a pay cut, taking the only place he could afford under street level, next to a humming vending machine and a flickering exit sign. The listing made it look almost cozy. Garden level, they called it. In reality, the ceiling was low enough that I could brush it with my fingertips, and the only windows were two long, narrow strips of glass at sidewalk height. When people walked past outside, I did not see their faces. I saw shoes, boots, the wet cuffs of jeans. That was my view of the world. Ankles and headlights sliding by on East Main at midnight. At first, I tried to lean into it. Microwave dinners, cheap beer, late-night shifts at the pharmacy, then back to my little bunker, the fridge humming in the corner, the AC wheezing to life every few minutes, upstairs, neighbor's TV leaking through the ceiling. It all blended into this constant, ugly white noise that somehow made me feel less alone. It was not much, but it was mine. What I did not know was that someone else was watching that life closer than I was living it. Someone who knew my full name, my work schedule, the exact time I pulled into the parking lot most nights. Someone who could get into the same systems my landlord used, read the same notes, skim the same files, and then decide what to do with me. I moved into a cheap basement apartment to save money. I did not expect someone to hack my life, cut my power, and tell me to stay in the basement like it was an order. This is the story of the night they turned off only my apartment, and the moment I realized the dark outside my windows was not the part I should have been afraid of. Chapter 1. The basement that was supposed to be temporary. 1. Moving back down. My name is Jared. I am 32 years old, and I am writing this for a horror channel, not for the police. The police already have the short version, the one that fits into boxes and forms and little blank lines. I need to tell the version that kept me awake afterwards, the one that lives in the textures and sounds of that place. That is why you are hearing this, and they are not. A year ago, I was living in a decent one-bedroom in Cincinnati. 3rd floor, balcony, dishwasher, actual sunlight. Then came the divorce, the lawyer bills, the pay cut at work. It did not all happen at once. It was more like watching ice melt around you and realizing, too late, that you are the thing stuck in the middle. I could have tried to hang on longer, I guess, but I knew how that story ends. Missed rent, eviction notice. So I got ahead of the disaster and started looking for something cheaper, closer to where I had just transferred for work. A smaller city outside Columbus. A basement unit, utilities included, the ad said. Garden level. That phrase did a lot of heavy lifting. The pictures on the listing were taken with a wide-angle lens and good lighting. The walls looked almost warm, the little kitchen clean and simple. The rent number was low enough that my stomach unclenched for the first time in months. I told myself it was temporary, just until I got back on my feet. Everyone says that when they move down in the world. The first time I pulled into the parking lot, I understood how much the pictures had lied. The building was an old brick complex, 3 stories above ground, with a slumping kind of posture, like it had been tired since the 80s and never really recovered. The parking lines were faded almost to nothing, just ghostly stripes on cracked asphalt. Sodium vapor streetlights buzzed overhead, casting that dirty orange glow that makes every car look the same dull color. Even with my windows up, I could hear one of the fixtures rattling in the wind like it wanted to shake itself loose. Inside, the lobby was small and tried very hard not to be depressing, and failed. Peeling off white paint, a bulletin board with curling flyers for dog walking and used TVs, a dusty fake plant leaning in the corner like it had given up pretending to be alive. Up in one corner near the ceiling, an old camera dome stared down with a tiny red light that might have meant it was working, or might have just been stuck that way. The air smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals and something older underneath, like damp paper. I checked in with no one because there was no one to check in with. Management was online only. I had a code for the main door and a key for my unit. That was it. No handshake, no "welcome to the building, Jared." Just a cold metal handle and the echo of my own shoes on the tile as I moved toward the stairwell. The stairs down to the basement level were narrower than they needed to be. Each step let out a tired creak under my weight, and the air got cooler and heavier with every flight. At the bottom, the corridor opened out and wrapped along the building's footprint. The carpet down there had once been a darker color, but years of feet had turned it into a mottled gray-brown path. It smelled like old laundry and damp concrete, with a sweet chemical edge from detergent and fabric softener. A fluorescent tube light flickered overhead, slow and lazy, humming that thin high note you feel behind your eyes if you stand under it too long. The exit sign at the far end glowed a dull, tired red. The word "exit" reflected upside down in a little strip on the polished metal of the fire door. Along one wall, a vending machine hummed loudly to itself, its glass front showing rows of snacks no one should eat that late. Chips, candy, off-brand soda. Every so often, one of the laundry machines in the room off to the side would thump and slosh, unseen, like something heavy turning over in its sleep. My new home was Unit 0B. The numbers were slightly crooked on the door, one screw stripped so the B never sat quite right. I remember hesitating for a second before I put the key in, like once I stepped through that door, there would be no denying how far I had fallen. Then I turned the lock, pushed, and got my first look at the place that was supposed to be temporary. The ceiling was just low enough that, if I stretched, my fingertips could brush it. The walls were painted a color that might once have been beige but had gone flat and tired with time. Scuffed baseboards ran the perimeter, chipped in corners, a faint line of darker dust where the vacuum had never quite reached. The floor was a mix of thin carpet in the main room and yellowed linoleum in the little galley kitchen. The kitchen itself looked like an afterthought. 2 narrow counters, cabinets that stuck a little when you tried to open them, an old electric stove with black rings burned into the metal. The fridge was off-white and slightly crooked, humming continuously, like it was complaining about having to work this hard. Every time it kicked a little louder, the cabinet doors gave a tiny rattle, like teeth chattering. The main room held a second-hand couch pushed against one wall, a tiny TV on a wobbly stand, and not much else. Against the outer wall were the windows from the listing, 2 long, narrow rectangles set high, right up near the ceiling. They were the only real sign that this was garden level and not just a basement. When I walked over and looked out, I realized the truth. The windows were at sidewalk height. If you stood outside, your feet would be at eye level from where I was. You do not feel like a person with a life when your only view of the world is other people's shoes. I dropped a couple of boxes on the floor and told myself, out loud, this is temporary. It was a stupid little ritual, like saying it would make it true, like putting the word out there could somehow turn time faster and push me back up into the light. But there was this sinking feeling in my chest even as I said it. A sense that I was not just moving into a place. I was moving down into a version of myself I did not know how to climb out of. I started unpacking anyway, because what else do you do? Plates in the cupboard, laptop on the counter. A few shirts hung in the tiny closet that smelled faintly of dust and someone else's cologne from years ago. The vending machine out in the hall kept up its steady mechanical drone, filling the silence between my movements. At some point that first night, as I was dragging a box toward the couch, the vending machine cut off. I did not realize how loud it had been until it stopped. The sudden silence rolled into the apartment like someone had sucked the air out. No hum, no rattle, just the faint drip somewhere in the building and the soft whisper of my own breathing. For a second, I just stood there listening to nothing, feeling the hair rise on my arms for no good reason. Then, with a low, distant thump, the compressor kicked back on and the machine started humming again, like a big metal heart restarting. I remember feeling almost relieved, which is pathetic when your comfort comes from a snack machine. A little later, when most of the boxes were stacked more or less where they needed to be, I noticed movement at the window. Just a shadow at first, cutting the glow from the street outside. I looked up, expecting maybe to see someone's face peering in, but all I saw were shoes and ankles moving past the glass. Dark sneakers, the cuff of a pair of jeans, then boots with salt dried around the edges. The people attached to them might as well have been ghosts. Their conversations, their arguments, their whole lives happened a few feet above my head, just out of view. I watched the shoes pass until they were gone and the sidewalk outside was empty again. The vending machine in the hallway groaned, went quiet for a heartbeat, then came back to life with that same low mechanical thud. The sound rolled through the walls and into the floorboards, settling in under my feet. I told myself it was just an apartment, just a cheap place to land. But standing there under the low ceiling, listening to the building breathe and restart and hum around me, I could not shake the feeling that I had moved into something that was already awake and listening. 1.2 Night shift routine. The basement did not really exist for me during the day. Most days, I was gone before the sun had finished moving across the parking lot and did not come back until it had already disappeared behind the strip malls. My life ran on someone else's schedule, fluorescent instead of daylight. I worked at a 24-hour pharmacy a few miles away, the kind that anchors one corner of an intersection with big red letters and a drive-through nobody should really trust for medical decisions. I clocked in around 3:30 in the afternoon, when the after-work crowd was just starting to trickle in, and I clocked out at 11:30, when the aisles went quiet and the store lights felt almost too bright. The back room of the pharmacy had its own smell, a layered, sour kind of perfume you only notice after a few hours away. Cardboard dust from the boxes we broke down, rubbing alcohol from the shelves we wiped, microwaved leftovers from the tiny break room jammed against the stock shelves. There was always a faint undercurrent of pills, coated, chalky, bitter, like the air had been filtered through 100 open prescription bottles. All shift long, my world was sound and repetition, the constant beep of scanners as items crossed the register, the little chime of the front door, the murmur of voices in the aisles, rising and falling but never quite resolving into anything meaningful. Behind me, from the pharmacy counter, the steady hum of refrigerated medicine fridges, cycling on and off, clicking softly as thermostats flipped. At first it was overwhelming, But over time, it blended into a kind of mechanical heartbeat I worked around. There were people I saw more than my own family. One of them was Mark, a guy in his 40s with permanent stubble and the kind of eyes that always looked 10 minutes away from a nap. He worked the earlier shift, but he was usually the one counting down the drawer when I was wrapping up paperwork in the office. Every night, right before he left, he would clap a hand lightly on the doorframe and say the same thing on his way out. "Be safe driving home, man." He said it in the exact same tone every time. Half habit, half genuine. The first few nights, it barely registered. After a while, it started to feel like he knew something I did not. Like he was not just talking about wet roads or drunk drivers. The parking lot outside the pharmacy was the opposite of the basement. Harsh white LED floodlights washed everything flat. Shadows were short and sharp. Security cameras watched from every angle, little glass eyes mounted high, each with a tiny red or green status pinprick that followed you whether you looked up at them or not. Shopping carts rattled in their corrals when the wind picked up, chains clinking softly as they knocked together like they were trying to rearrange themselves. Most nights, at 11:30 on the dot, I clocked out, stuffed my things into my backpack, and walked through the sliding doors into that overlit nowhere. The transition from the pharmacy's humming interior to the cold, hollow brightness outside always made me feel exposed, like stepping onto a stage no one was watching. I would unlock my car, toss my bag into the passenger seat, and sit for a second with the engine off, letting my eyes adjust. The windshield was usually smeared with the day's weather, dust, drizzle, salt, depending on the week. When I finally turned the key, the engine would catch with a low shudder, the dash lights popping to life, the fan coughing before it found its rhythm. Talk radio or some half-finished true crime podcast would come back at low volume, voices murmuring about someone else's bad luck while I pulled out of the lot. There was something darkly funny about listening to stories of missing people and unsolved cases on my way back to a basement apartment alone. It felt harmless, though, like the danger lived inside the speakers and not on the actual roads I was driving. The hosts' voices were always calm, clinical, even when they described the worst parts. They made horror sound tidy. The drive home was not long. 10-15 minutes if the lights cooperated. I would move along the main road, past fast food signs and closed storefronts, wipers scraping across the windshield in a steady rhythm when it rained. Headlights smeared across wet asphalt, turning the whole street into a ribbon of white and red streaks. The heater fan blew lukewarm air that smelled faintly of the coffee I had spilled months earlier and never really cleaned up. The closer I got to my neighborhood, the more the light changed. The big box glare faded behind me, replaced by fewer, older streetlights, each with its own little halo of insects when the weather was warm. Some nights, one of the lamps would be out entirely, leaving a stretch of sidewalk in deeper shadow, like a tooth missing in a crooked grin. I would signal, turn off the main drag onto my side street, and feel the city narrow around me. By the time I pulled into the apartment complex, the noise of the main road behind me had softened into a dull, constant hiss. The lot behind the building was never full that late. A few cars scattered under the buzz of the lights, hoods still ticking quietly from the day's heat. The brick face of the building looked softer here than it had in daylight, but not kinder, just less detailed. Inside, the stairwell down to the basement was like a throat, swallowing the outside one step at a time. The door from the lot would close behind me with a cushioned thump, and the outside sounds, engines, distant sirens, someone yelling a street over, would mute instantly. In their place, I would get the building's own soundtrack. The faint rush of plumbing in the walls, the steady churn of the boiler somewhere below, the high electric whine of the emergency lights. The deeper I went, the more everything pressed in. By the time I hit the basement corridor, my ears had reset to a different kind of normal. The vending machine's low drone, the occasional thump and whir from the laundry room if someone upstairs had started a load. Sometimes the muffled bass line of a TV from the floor above, vibrating through the ceiling of my unit like a heartbeat in the wrong part of the body. I built a routine around that. You have to when you live underground. I would unlock the door to 0B, flip on the lights, and let the fridges hum and the little AC unit under the window welcome me back into my concrete cave. Shoes off in the same corner, keys in the same chipped bowl, bag on the same chair. There was a strange comfort in doing the exact same motions every night when everything else in my life felt like it had slipped off its track. Dinner was whatever I could microwave in 5 minutes. Burritos wrapped in paper that came out blistering hot on the ends and still frozen in the middle. Plastic trays of pasta that steamed up the inside of the microwave and filled the place with the smell of overcooked cheese. I would crack open a cheap beer, sit on the sagging couch, and scroll through my phone with the TV talking softly in the background. News anchors, reruns, commercials whispering that I could be happier if I just bought something else. Above me, my upstairs neighbor lived a life I only heard in fragments. Footsteps crossing from bedroom to bathroom, cabinet doors clicking shut, a chair scraping back. Sometimes muted laughter through the ceiling, like there was a party I was not invited to directly above my head. None of it was sinister. It just underscored the fact that the world was happening one floor up, and I was under it, listening through layers of wood and drywall. Nothing felt paranormal at first. No cold spots that could not be explained by bad insulation. No voices that did not belong to someone walking above or talking outside. The closest thing to anything weird was just a feeling, a low, constant awareness that I was physically below almost everyone else in the building. When you live like that, the concept of up and down stops being abstract. You feel it in your bones. You walk into your home by going down. There was one night early on that should have stood out more than it did. I had crashed hard after a long shift, the kind where you do not remember lying down, just waking up. I was on the couch instead of the bed, TV still on, throwing a soft blue light over everything. At some point, sometime around 3 a.m, my eyes snapped open for no reason I could name. For a second, I could not figure out what was wrong. The room looked the same. The TV picture flickered, muted. The window showed only the faint suggestion of the sidewalk grate. But something felt off, like the world had shifted half an inch to the left while I was asleep. Then I realized what it was. There was no sound, no fridge humming in the corner, no AC unit sighing, no muffled TV from upstairs, no pipes ticking in the walls. The vending machine out in the hall, always humming, was dead quiet. It was as if someone had hooked the entire building up to a switch and flipped it off for a heartbeat. I lay there holding my breath, listening to that thick, unnatural silence pressing in on every side. It lasted only a second, maybe less. Just long enough for my brain to register that all the usual noise was gone. Then, in quick succession, everything came back. The fridge compressor kicked on with a low growl. The AC unit coughed and spun up. Somewhere above, a toilet flushed. The vending machine outside thumped and resumed its endless droning. It was like the building had taken a deep, slow breath in its sleep and then let it out again. I told myself it was just a glitch, a hiccup in the power or the wiring or whatever old system kept this place running. I rolled over, eyes already heavy, and let the noise lull me back down. Later, I would think a lot about that 1 second of total quiet, how wrong it felt, how it made me feel watched, even though there was nothing to see. Back then, I did not understand that in a place like that, silence can be louder than anything. 1.3. Things that started to feel off, and the thing about living somewhere a little depressing is that you learn to ignore a lot. At first, I told myself that was what I was doing, just tuning out the rough edges. It took me a while to admit that some of those edges were moving. It started with the laundry room. The laundry room was at the end of the basement hall, sharing a wall with my unit. The door had a little wired glass window in it, just enough to show the dim fluorescent light inside and the white shapes of the machines. I walked past it every day, sometimes 5 or 6 times, taking out trash, doing my own laundry, going to and from the lot. There were nights when I would come home from the pharmacy close to midnight and see the light glowing under the door, hear the wet slap of clothes tumbling in a washer. Normal. People have their own schedules. Then, a couple of weeks in, I started noticing the opposite. The building had this rule that the laundry room stayed lit at all times for safety. At least that was what the little laminated sign said. But every now and then, I would come down the stairs and the light behind that wired glass would be completely out. No faint hum, no glow. Just a dark square at the end of the hall, like someone had cut a hole in the building. The first time, I tried the handle and flipped the switch myself. The light came on after a second of hesitation, buzzing back to life. Both machines were empty, lids up like open mouths. No harm done, I told myself. Old buildings glitch. Someone probably turned it off to save power, even though they were not supposed to. But then I started seeing it more often. Dark when it should not have been. Light off, door slightly ajar, as if someone had just stepped out and forgotten the rule. It was nothing each time. Just a pause. Just a flick of a switch. And yet, every time I walked past that dark rectangle at the end of the hall, I felt my shoulders tighten until the lights came back. Then there was the chair. We had a security camera in the basement hallway, a little dome mounted near the ceiling, pointed toward the stairs and the laundry room. If you stood under it and looked up, you could see your own warped reflection in the curved plastic, like looking into a funhouse mirror. About 3 weeks after I moved in, I came home one night and stopped dead at the bottom of the stairs. Someone had dragged one of the cheap plastic lobby chairs down into the basement and left it almost directly under the camera. Not right under, but close enough that if someone sat in it, their head would be directly in the blind spot. The chair was facing my door. I stood there for a long second, grocery bag hanging from my hand, freezer air leaking onto my knuckles. There was nothing technically wrong with it. Chairs can be moved. People get lazy. Maybe someone sat there to tie their shoes or wait for a friend. But it was the angle that got to me. The way it tilted just a bit, like someone had been leaning back, staring at my door in their off hours. The next day, the chair was gone, back upstairs where it belonged. The camera stared down at an empty hallway again. I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Almost. The vending machine started acting strange next. It had always been too loud, a constant mechanical growl outside my unit that I could feel in the floor more than hear sometimes. Most nights, I barely registered it, just part of the basement soundtrack. But a few times, I came home and heard it in a different way. I would push through the door from the stairwell and hear the machine whining and clunking in that way it did when it was in the middle of dispensing something. Processing a bill, dropping a soda, shuffling its internal boxes. The sound was familiar from upstairs. I had used those kind of machines my whole life. Except when I looked, no one was standing there. No one was walking away down the hall. No one was closing their apartment door, stuffing change into their pocket. It was just the machine, alone, finishing its cycle for a customer who did not exist. Once, I got close enough to see the little LED display still counting down from the last purchase. The price code read something I did not recognize, a combination of letters that did not match any of the snacks inside. Before I could make sense of it, the display blinked back to the usual scrolling message about "enjoy a treat," like it had changed its mind. I told myself it was a timing thing. Someone must have just left, slipped into their unit a second before I turned the corner. The odds of that happening twice, 3 times, started to feel long, but I had gotten good at lying to myself by then. Building management, such as it was, did not help. There was an office on the first floor with frosted glass and a plaque that said "Property Management." The door was almost always closed. Sometimes, walking by on my day off, I would hear faint typing or a phone ringing inside. But the handle was locked every time I tried it. A generic note was taped to the glass. For all maintenance and billing issues, please use the online portal. There was a QR code under it and a URL, as if the building had decided there was no need for an actual human presence anymore. I never saw a manager in person. No one knocking to introduce themselves. No building-wide meeting. No welcome packet slid under the door. Just auto emails. "Welcome to your new home. Reminder, rent due on the 1st. We value your feedback." They all came from the same no-reply address, signed with a name I could not attach to any real face. One particular week, everything that had been bothering me quietly decided to stand a little closer. It started with my mailbox. The mailboxes were in a small alcove on the first floor, a grid of metal doors with little clear plastic windows. My unit number was printed on a strip of paper and slipped into the slot. That day, when I checked, the door to my box was hanging slightly open. Not all the way, just enough that a piece of junk mail stuck partway out, like someone had riffled through and lost interest. I frowned and opened it the rest of the way. Inside were the usual local coupons and glossy flyers. Nothing missing as far as I could tell. But on one of the envelopes, a generic resident mailing from some supermarket, someone had taken a pen and written my first name across the top. Jared. Different ink than the printed text, different handwriting than mine. Careful, slow letters, just a little too neat. It was not in the return address space or anywhere that made sense, just floating in the white space like a label. I stood there, the metal edge of the mailbox pressing into my stomach, and tried to talk myself down. Maybe one of the postal workers was bored. Maybe a kid in the building had seen me check my mail once and decided to personalize it for fun. Maybe a neighbor had asked my name at some point, and I had forgotten. I took the mail, closed the box, and walked away. It is incredible what you can file under the category of annoying but not worth thinking about, when the alternative is having to admit you are scared. Back in the basement, the sound of life above my head was starting to become familiar enough that I could read it like a schedule. I knew the heavy, dragging footsteps of my upstairs neighbor when they first got up, the way they always paused for a moment by the window before shuffling into the kitchen. I could tell when they microwaved something by the tiny, distant beep, beep, beep that carried down through the pipes. The muffled rhythm of their TV at night let me know when they went to bed. The sudden drop to silence meant they had turned it off. What became harder to ignore were the footsteps that did not fit. Every now and then, around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, just at that edge when I was thinking about sleep but still scrolling on my phone, I would hear a different pattern in the hallway outside my door. Not the light, irregular steps of a neighbor coming home late, fumbling with keys and swearing under their breath. These steps were heavier, slower, measured, heel, then toe. A faint pause, another step, another pause. They would move down the hallway, past the laundry room, past the other units, and then stop. Right above the spot on my ceiling where my front door sat on the other side. Sometimes they would stay there for a full 10 seconds, maybe more. No knock, no jingle of keys, just weight pressing into the floorboards above, right where my door frame was, as if whoever it was knew exactly where I stood when I listened. Then, just as slowly, the footsteps would move on, fading back toward the stairs or deeper into the building. I never heard a door open or close, just presence passing by. On their own, all of these things could be explained away. Faulty lights, bored kids, a neighbor with insomnia, a vending machine with a bad circuit. But stacked together, they started to feel like something else. Not a haunting, exactly. More like someone gently pushing their finger against the glass of an ant farm, seeing how much pressure it took for the ants to notice. The night I took the trash out around midnight was the night I realized the glass was not as thick as I thought. The dumpster was behind the building, tucked up against a wooden fence that had seen better decades. The lot back there was darker, lit by only one functioning lamp that buzzed and flickered whenever the wind picked up. I tied off my trash bag, slid on some old sneakers, and stepped out the back door, letting it close with a muffled click behind me. The air was cool and smelled like wet asphalt. Somewhere on the main road, a truck hissed by, its tires throwing up a spray I could hear but not see. I walked the familiar path to the dumpster, lifted the lid, tossed the bag in. The metal thump echoed hollowly, then died. When I turned back toward the building, that was when I saw the car. It was parked across the side street, just past the pool of light from the lamp. 4 doors, dark color, black or navy, or maybe just dirty. The engine was running. I could see the faint shiver of the exhaust in the air behind it. The headlights were off. Inside, the windshield was a flat, black mirror. If there was someone in the driver's seat, they were just a shape in the dark. I stopped walking. For a second, the only sound I could hear was the low idle of the engine and my own heartbeat in my ears. Cars park on streets. People sit in them. None of that is a crime. Still, something about the way it just sat there. No radio, no light, no movement, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I told myself not to be paranoid. I forced my feet to move again, crossing the stretch of cracked pavement back to the rear entrance. My hand was halfway to the handle when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting maybe a late text from a friend. Instead, I saw a notification banner from the building's online portal. New login detected from a new device, it said. If this wasn't you, please reset your password. The timestamp on the notification was the same minute I had been standing by the dumpster outside with my phone in my pocket and my apartment door locked. I stared at the screen, then slowly lifted my eyes back toward the street. The dark car was still there, engine whispering to itself in the gloom. I went inside, locked the door behind me, and listened to the building's hum settle back around me. That was the first time I wondered if someone else was watching my life here, the way I watched my neighbor's footsteps through my ceiling. 2.1. A rough day at the pharmacy. The day everything really started was not special in any obvious way. It did not start with a bad omen or a nightmare or a black cat crossing my path. It started with me clocking in at 3:30 in the afternoon, sliding my badge against the little gray reader on the wall while the register chimed its tired acceptance. The pharmacy smelled like it always did. Cardboard from the morning delivery still stacked half open in the back. Rubbing alcohol from the counter we wiped every hour, and the faint, sour heat of somebody's microwaved leftovers creeping under the break room door. It was the kind of shift that makes you wish time was something you could physically push. Insurance problems from the second I logged in. People waving their phones in my face, showing me screenshots of what their copay should be. A woman in a red coat who practically spat her date of birth at me, then exploded when I told her the doctor had not sent over her refill. Her voice climbed so fast it felt like the fluorescent lights were vibrating with it. "So what? I just go without my meds," she yelled, loud enough that the guy in aisle 3 buying shampoo looked up. "You people are useless. You don't care about anyone." I apologized in 3 different ways, offered to call her doctor again, explained for the 5th time that we cannot fill a prescription that does not exist in our system. She stormed out anyway, muttering something about lawyers and reviews. The automatic door hissed shut behind her with a slow, almost bored whoosh, like even it was tired of the drama. My manager chose that exact moment to appear at my elbow. She was one of those people who could look like she was smiling and frowning at the same time. "You need to move a little faster on these," she said quietly, nodding at the backed-up queue of orders on the screen. "We can't approve overtime this month, so you're going to have to get more done inside your scheduled hours." "I'm doing what I can," I said, trying to keep my voice level. The constant beep-beep of the registers and the hum of the fridge behind us pressed against my ears. "We're short-handed." "Everyone's short-handed," she replied, already turning away. "To just prioritize and make sure you clock out by 11:30 tonight. Corporate has been watching timesheets." Corporate was always watching something. None of them were there to help when a guy started yelling about his pain meds, or a parent cried because the insurance refused to cover their kid's inhaler. That part fell on people like me, standing under the flickering lights, trying to keep our voices soft and our hands steady. Around 7, the line finally eased enough for me to take a break. I ducked into the break room, a narrow rectangle shoved between storage shelves. The table was stained from years of spilled coffee. A small microwave sat on the counter, its digital clock permanently blinking 12 now. The air was thick with the smell of reheated pasta and the burned edges of someone's soup from earlier. Mark was already in there, scrolling on his phone and eating chips out of a crinkling bag. The tiny radio on the shelf above the fridge was tuned to some local station, the volume low enough that the DJ's voice sounded like it was coming through a wall. "Long one?" he asked, not looking up. "Feels like every idiot in the county decided to refill tonight," I said, dropping into the chair across from him. The metal frame squeaked. "And apparently I'm single-handedly responsible for everyone's insurance deductibles." He chuckled, took another bite. "You work nights, you see everyone at their worst. People lose their filters after dark." "That explains management too, I guess," I muttered. The radio shifted from a song into the top-of-the-hour news break. A calm voice talked about a front moving in, temperatures dropping faster than expected. "Freezing rain advisory in effect after midnight," the announcer said. "Drivers are advised to use caution on bridges and overpasses. Slick conditions expected through early morning." Mark pointed up with a greasy finger. There you go, as if you needed more reasons to love your drive home. I'll just slide into the ditch behind my building, I said. Save everyone some time. He crumpled the chip bag and stood up, tossing it toward the trash. You night guys have it weird, he said. You see everything, and you're seen by everyone. People remember your face more than you remember theirs. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. He shrugged, already heading for the door. Just saying. You're the last person a lot of people deal with before they go home and do whatever they do. Some of them notice you more than you think. Be safe driving home, man. He said it with the same casual tone as always, but the way it lined up with the weather warning lodged under my skin. The rest of the shift blurred. More calls, more beep of scanners. The quiet desperation of people who had waited too long to refill and now needed a miracle 5 minutes before close. By the time 11:30 finally crawled around, my head was buzzing and my shoulders ached from tension. I swiped my badge at the time clock, watched the numbers confirm that, yes, I had not stolen a single minute. In the tiny sliver of time between the pharmacy and my car, my phone felt like the only normal thing in my life. I pulled it out as I walked through the automatic doors, the night air slapping me in the face. The parking lot looked like any other late-night strip mall lot, wide, flat, washed in cold white light. My breath fogged for a moment in front of me, then disappeared. I thumbed a quick text to my friend Rachel, the only person I still talk to regularly since the divorce. Rough night. People are insane. I added another line without thinking, thumbs moving on autopilot. I hate that basement apartment, but at least it's cheap. I feel like a mole down there, a little blinking, appeared for a few seconds, then vanished. She was probably asleep. I slid the phone into my pocket and headed for my car. Halfway there, I felt it. That subtle tightening in the back of my neck, like a hand closing on the vertebrae. I slowed down just enough that my footsteps changed rhythm on the cracked pavement. The lot was not empty. A couple of cars sat scattered under the lamps. The lights buzzed faintly overhead, throwing sharp-edged shadows beneath bumpers and carts. Somewhere, a shopping cart rattled softly in its corral, pushed by a gust of wind I could not feel. I looked up. Nothing obvious. No one leaning against a hood smoking. No figure loitering at the edge of the light. Just rows of glass and metal and that pale, washed-out glow that made everything look the same. Still, the feeling stuck. The sense that someone's gaze had brushed over me and then flicked away when I raised my head. I clicked my key fob, watched my own car's headlights blink in response. For a moment, in the reflection of the pharmacy windows, I thought I saw another silhouette move near the far corner of the lot. When I glanced that way directly, there was only a dark patch where one of the lamps did not quite reach. Paranoid, I told myself, out loud this time. My voice sounded too small in the open air. The engine turned over easily when I started the car, dashboard lights painting the interior in soft green and red. I checked my mirrors like I always did. The rear view showed only the shining boxes of the other cars and the black sky above them, cut into rectangles by the roofline of the building. If someone was watching me from across the parking lot, like Mark said people sometimes did, they did a good job of looking like no one at all. I pulled out, tires crunching over a patch of loose grit, and headed toward the exit. The radio clicked on automatically, the same calm voices talking about traffic and weather. Freezing rain after midnight, they reminded me. Use caution. Bridges and overpasses may become slick. I remember thinking that I had more to worry about than ice. I just did not know what name to give it yet. 2.2 the drive back to the basement. By the time I pulled out of the pharmacy lot, the weather guy on the radio had already been right for an hour. The drizzle from earlier had thickened into something meaner, half rain, half ice. Slush was building up along the edges of the windshield, clinging in gray ridges that the wipers had to fight their way through. They squeaked on every pass, that high, rubbery sound that makes your teeth itch. Back and forth, smearing water and road salt into streaks that the defroster fan never seemed quite strong enough to handle. The fan rattled in the dash as it worked, blowing out air that was warm enough to fog the side windows, but not warm enough to make me forget how cold my fingers were on the steering wheel. The world outside my car boiled down to what lived inside those smeared arcs of visibility. The orange glow of other cars' taillights, swimming and doubling in the wet glass. The pulse of traffic lights throwing red and green reflections across the pavement. The wide, dark mouth of the overpass ahead, rimed with damp. The road hissed under my tires. Water, ice, and asphalt mixing into a single sound that rose and fell as I passed through different patches. Every lane change felt a little looser than it should have. I had one hand on the wheel, the other resting near the gear shift, knuckles pale in the dim cabin light. The radio had shifted from news to late-night callers, people phoning in to complain about politics or traffic or anything else they could not fix. Their voices blended into one long, low drone. I turned the volume down until they were barely there, just another layer of noise to keep me from having to listen to myself think. It was somewhere between the big intersection and the long stretch of highway-adjacent road that I noticed the sedan. I caught it first as a shape in the rearview mirror, two headlights a little farther back than the rest. Not too close, not too far. Dark color, maybe black or navy. Hard to tell with all the grime kicked up from the street. At first it registered as nothing but another car heading the same direction. But traffic thinned as I got farther from the commercial strip. One by one, the other cars peeled off into neighborhoods or side roads, turning into driveways, vanishing down ramps. The sedan stayed where it was, always at that same distance, like an invisible rope was keeping us connected. I took a right at a light. My turn signal clicked, the stalk cool under my fingers. The sedan's headlights in the mirror slid gently to the side and followed. Maybe it was coincidence. It had to go that way too. There were only so many roads out here. I told myself that, and I almost believed it. Right up until the second turn. I signaled left, easing into the next lane. The light at the corner flicked from green to yellow to red, casting the wet pavement in a jaundiced glow. I slowed, tires hissing. The sedan slowed too. It stopped a few car lengths behind me, its headlights washing the inside of my car in pale light that made every smudge on the glass stand out. I tried not to look like I was checking the mirror. My eyes flicked up anyway. Through the blur of moisture and reflections, the front of the sedan was just a pair of blank white orbs. I could not see the driver, tint maybe, or just the way the light hit. The windshield was a black rectangle framed by light and rain. Same direction, I told myself. Same route. It's late. People go home. The light turned green. I turned. The sedan turned. That was when the hyper-awareness kicked in. The feeling you get when you know someone is matching your pace on a sidewalk or standing too close in a line. I could feel my grip on the wheel tighten. Every time I checked the mirror, the sedan was there. Not tailgating, not weaving, just hanging back where I could not quite forget about it. The main road narrowed from 4 lanes to 2. Streetlights grew sparser, farther apart. The glow from the bigger stores fell behind us, swallowed by distance and low-hanging cloud. I could feel the city dropping away in layers, replaced by empty lots, darkened storefronts, the occasional blinking light atop a distant radio tower. The heater fan made a low, struggling sound as I turned it up to clear the windshield. Warm air pushed against the glass, thinning the condensation in streaks. I watched the wipers cut clean paths through the slush and water, only for it to start building again at the edges. Up ahead, the turnoff to my side street approached. A smaller sign, a smaller light. I flicked on my left blinker, the ticking noise loud in the cab. I slowed more than usual, giving the tires extra room to think about what I was asking them to do. In the mirror, the sedan's headlights shifted lanes just slightly, like it was uncertain. The moment stretched. I turned. The wheel felt light under my hands, the car floating for half a second before the tires found purchase again, and the turn was complete. My blinker snapped off. The narrow street welcomed me with weaker, yellower lights, their fixtures humming. It was only once I was fully around the corner that I allowed myself a good look in the rear view. The sedan continued straight. Its headlights washed past the side street, painting my windshield in a brief flare of white, then slid away as it went on toward whatever destination it had always been heading for. In a few seconds, the glow dimmed and disappeared entirely behind a small rise in the road. I let out a breath I had not realized I had been holding. The tightness in my shoulders loosened by half. Of course it was nothing. Just another person going home after a long day, taking the same main road, peeling off somewhere else. I wish I could say that was the last time I saw a dark sedan and thought about it twice. It was not. But that night, I took the coincidence and ran with it. My complex sat at the end of the side street, a squat set of rectangles against the darker sky. As I rolled closer, the familiar outline of the brick walls and the low, flat roof emerged from the gloom, lit in patches by the parking lot lamps. Snow, or what passed for it, had started to stick in the corners of the asphalt, gathering in dirty, frayed piles where the plows would eventually push it later in the winter. The lot was half empty, like always at that hour. A few cars hunched under the buzzing lights, their paint reflecting the orange and white glows in broken lines. The fixtures themselves emitted that insect-like buzz I had grown used to, each with its own particular pitch. Together, they made a thin, electric chorus. I steered into my usual spot near the side entrance, the one that led directly down to the basement stairs. Habit, more than preference. It was the shortest path between my front door and the lot, and in weather like this, that mattered. I put the car in park. The engine idled for a moment, a low vibration running through the frame. Then I turned the key. The engine cut off, and with it, everything else. The heater fan died mid-blow. The radio snapped into silence. The dashboard lights went dark. In that instant before the outside sounds seeped back in, there was a pocket of perfect quiet inside the car. A bubble where nothing moved and nothing made a sound. Then the engine ticked. A sharp, cooling ping from under the hood, answered by a softer one from somewhere under my seat. Little bits of hot metal adjusting to the cold air. In the distance, from the direction of the main road, I heard the muffled whoosh of a car passing, tires slicing through slush. The noise was low, filtered through buildings, but it reminded me I was not completely alone out here. I sat for a second longer than necessary, hands resting on the bottom of the wheel, watching my own pale reflection in the dark glass of the windshield. The streetlight above my spot cast a blurred version of my face back at me, eyes shadowed, jaw clenched. Just go inside, I whispered to myself. Shower, food, bed. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, slung the strap over my shoulder, and opened the door. Cold air shoved its way in, carrying with it the smell of wet asphalt, faint exhaust, and something else underneath. Old leaves, maybe, or the stale bite of the dumpster around the corner. I stepped out, shut the door with a dull thud, and hit the lock button. The car chirped once, lights flashing in a brief stutter of white. That was when I noticed the other car. It was parked on the opposite curb, not in the lot, but along the narrow street that ran past the building. No lights on, engine off. The whole body of it was dusted with a thin dampness that made the paint color hard to read in the sodium glow. The windows were fogged slightly from the inside, a faint misted sheen that blurred whatever was beyond the glass. At first, my brain filed it away as nothing. Street parking happens. People sleep in their cars sometimes. But as I shifted my weight and adjusted my bag, letting my eyes stay on it a fraction too long, something in the driver's seat seemed to move. Just a dark shape, a curve where a head should be, tilting, a blot of deeper black within the already shaded interior. It was so quick, just the suggestion of motion, that I could not tell if it was real or a trick of reflections and shadows. For a moment, I saw my own outline ghosted in the side window of my car, layered over the other vehicle. The two images slid across each other as I turned my head, melding into one ambiguous silhouette between us. The hair on my arms prickled under my jacket. The parking lot lights buzzed overhead, their sound suddenly very loud in the empty space. I stood there in the damp cold, bag strap biting into my shoulder, looking from my car to the one on the curb and back again, and made a choice. I told myself I was being dramatic. I told myself people nap in cars, people wait for friends, people get lost and pull over to check their phones. I told myself I was not important enough for anyone to sit in the dark and stare at. So I shrugged it off. I turned away from the street, pushed open the side entrance door, and stepped into the stairwell. The door closed behind me with a heavy latch, cutting off the faint whoosh of distant traffic and replacing it with the breathing of the building, the hum of pipes, the low murmur of the boiler, and the vending machine's endless drone waiting for me below. 2.3, the last normal minutes. The stairwell always hit me the same way, like walking into someone else's breath. As soon as the door from the lot shut behind me, the smell closed in. Hot dust baked onto old radiators, wet shoes, and something faintly metallic that lived in the pipes. The sounds out there, the passing cars and distant horns, went muffled in an instant, replaced by the building's own noises. The exit sign above the landing gave off that thin bzzz from its transformer, a constant mosquito whine at the edge of hearing. My steps on the chipped concrete stairs echoed more than they should have, coming back to me from below in little delayed copies. No voices floated up from the basement. No one came through the door while I was going down. The hallways were empty in that particular way that makes you feel like you are the last person awake in the world. At the bottom, the familiar rectangle of the basement corridor stretched out, the carpet a worn, dark stripe leading toward my door. The vending machine hummed like it always did, a big metal animal asleep and growling in its sleep. The wired glass window in the laundry room door showed a spill of fluorescent light and the blank tops of the washers. Nothing moving, no shadows. I passed the crooked 0B numbers on my door, slid the key into the lock, and pushed it open with my shoulder. The air inside was warmer and stale with my own life. Microwave food, detergent, and the faint tang of the beer I had spilled a few nights back and only half wiped up. I dropped my keys into the chipped ceramic bowl on the small table by the door. The sound they made, thin metal clink inside hollow space was one of those little domestic noises I had gotten used to, an anchor point that told me I was home whether I wanted to be or not. The fridge in the kitchen corner hummed steadily, a low, steady vibration in the floorboards. I grabbed the remote from the couch and switched on the TV, flipping to a local news channel out of habit. The volume stayed low, just enough so I could hear the cadence of the anchors' voices without really processing the words. Their faces flickered on the screen, all perfect hair and practiced concern, throwing moving patches of color across the beige walls and the sagging couch cushions. Shoes off, pushed into their corner. I peeled off my jacket, hung it on the one hook that did not wobble, and crossed to the kitchen. The small digital clock on the microwave glowed a sickly green, numbers ticking toward midnight. I pulled a plastic tray from the freezer, some frozen dinner with a picture much nicer than the reality, and peeled back the film. The microwave door creaked just a little when I opened it, like it had something to say about how often I used it. 3 minutes, I told it anyway, punching in the time. The machine whirred to life, light coming on inside to reveal the slowly rotating blob of half ice, half food. Behind me, the fridge coughed and settled. The heater fan kicked in with a little shudder, sending warm air through the vent by the window. I popped open a cheap beer while I waited, the hiss of the can cracking a small joy in the quiet. The first sip was cold and bitter, bubbles scratching their way down my throat. It was not good beer, but it was predictable, and that counted for a lot. When the microwave beeped, I grabbed the hot tray with a dish towel, tossed it onto the coffee table, and collapsed onto the couch cross-legged. The springs creaked under my weight, but held. I balanced the tray in front of me, phone in hand, and started the familiar ritual. Doom-scrolling through feeds that all looked the same. People complaining, people bragging, people posting pictures of meals better than the one cooling under my nose. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV murmured through the ceiling, a low, pulsing sound with occasional rises for laughter tracks or explosions. Pipes creaked in the walls now and then, stretching and settling as hot water ran somewhere else in the building. The fridge's hum, the heater's breath, the news anchor's soft drone, all of it blended into a thick blanket of noise that wrapped around the basement and made it feel less like a concrete box. Outside, the weather turned up another notch. At first, it was just the steady patter of rain against the tiny high windows, each drop a faint tap that barely registered. As the temperature dropped, the sound changed. The soft taps sharpened into harder ticks as pellets of ice mixed in, peppering the glass with a rapid, uneven rhythm. Every so often, a stronger gust of wind would drive a sheet of water against the wall, and the window would shiver in its frame. Now and then, a car passed on the street above my level. I would not see the car itself, just the wash of its headlights sliding across my ceiling in a pale, distorted sweep. A soft roar of tires on wet asphalt would build, pass overhead like a small storm, and fade again, swallowed by the building and the weather. Those fleeting bands of light made me feel like I was underwater, watching some distant current move across the surface. I forked food into my mouth without tasting much of it, eyes half on my phone, half on the moving colors on the TV. A weather map flashed by, blue and purple bands over the area, a weatherman pointing at the exact county I lived in, talking about slick spots and hazardous conditions after midnight. His voice might as well have been coming from another planet. At some point, my gaze drifted to the microwave clock again. 12:20 a.m. blinked back at me in green digits, changing to 12:21 while I watched. I remember that detail clearly, because I remember thinking how far away the pharmacy felt in that moment. Just a couple of hours earlier, I had been standing under brutal fluorescent lights, dealing with angry people and endless beeping. Now I was in this soft, dim cave, surrounded by familiar noises and shadows that belonged only to me. I told myself, right then, that this contrast was one thing I actually liked about my life. The shift from bright, chaotic, watched to quiet, low-ceilinged, anonymous. The above-ground world versus the below. The stage versus the wings. I did not know that was the last normal thought I was going to have that night. It happened without warning, like someone snapped their fingers. 1 second, the TV was showing a reporter standing in front of some city building, words crawling across the bottom of the screen. The fridge was humming. The heater fan was blowing a steady stream of warm air against my ankles. The next second, everything clicked off at once. The TV went black, its tiny standby light darkening at the same time. The fridge cut out mid-hum, leaving a ghost of the vibration in my bones for an instant before it was gone. The heater fan did not ramp down. It just stopped, the last breath of air fading into stillness. The microwave clock died mid-minute, the green numbers vanishing as if they had never been there. The light from the lamp beside the couch vanished so fast that my eyes saw its afterimage burned against the dark, a rectangle of brightness hovering in the air before it dissolved. For a heartbeat, I stared at the empty space where the TV glow had been, my brain still showing me moving shapes that were no longer there. The silence rushed in to fill the space the machines had left behind. It was heavier than the silence that had woken me up that other night, because this time I was wide awake and listening. My ears rang with the sudden absence of sound. I realized the volume of my own breathing had become noticeable. I thought, automatically, power outage, storm, old building, lousy infrastructure. It happens. I expected the darkness to be everywhere, a blanket thrown over the whole property and maybe half the block. But the room was not completely dark. A faint red glow seeped under the crack at the bottom of my door, painting a thin line across the inside threshold. The exit sign in the hallway. Of course. Those were on some separate circuit, emergency power. They made their presence known, humming softly, even when everything else went dead. My eyes adjusted slowly, dragging shapes out of the gloom. Couch, table, the faint, reflective rectangle of the TV screen, the pale outlines of the kitchen. I stood up, the springs creaking too loud in the quiet, and felt my way along the wall toward the apartment's one small window. The heater was off, but the night was still loud out there. Rain, or ice by now, slapped the glass in fast bursts. My fingers found the windowsill, cold to the touch, and I leaned closer, squinting through the gloom. Outside, above ground level, the world was not dark at all. Across the street, the building opposite mine was fully lit, every hallway light glowing behind its windows. A few units still had their blinds open, warm rectangles showing glimpses of furniture, walls, people moving past now and then. The streetlights were on, their cones of orange pooling on the wet pavement. The parking lot lamps in my own complex still cast their usual overlapped circles of light, reflecting off car roofs and onto patches of slushy ground. The only darkness on my block, as far as I could see, was my unit, my little basement cave, cut sharply out of the lit world above. The realization slid cold down my spine and settled there. The storm had not taken the power out. Something, or someone, had turned it off for me. 3.1. The thick silence. There is a difference between quiet and the kind of silence that drops after something has been cut. I did not really understand that until that moment. I had gotten used to the drone. You do not realize how much of your life is padded with machine noise until it disappears. The fridge's low hum, the heater's sigh, the upstairs TV leaking down through my ceiling, the vending machine's constant growl out in the hallway. All of it had been there so long that it turned into a kind of background ocean. I did not hear each individual sound anymore. I just lived inside the combined roar of them. When they stopped, it felt like someone had pulled a plug in my chest. For a few seconds, I just stood there in the middle of the room, waiting for everything to kick back on the way it had that one night weeks before. Nothing did. The darkness held its breath, and so did I. The only sounds left were distant, thin things that almost made it worse. Somewhere above my head, on the street, a car hissed over the wet pavement, tires throwing up dirty water. The sound came down in a muted swoosh, like I was hearing it from the bottom of a swimming pool. Somewhere in the walls, a pipe gave a lazy drip, drip, drip. Each drop spaced just far enough apart to make me aware of how much time was passing. I pulled my phone out, the sudden brightness of the screen stabbing my eyes. The battery icon in the corner made my stomach clench. 40%. Not terrible, not great. The emergency flashlight icon sat there like a dare. I tapped it. The white beam cut across my small apartment in a harsh cone, turning everything into someone else's crime scene. Chair legs threw long, crooked shadows across the floor, reaching toward my feet like fingers. The couch became a dark bulk with a thin, shining edge where the light brushed its arm. The kitchen counter glittered where it caught on crumbs and the reflective rims of cheap utensils. I turned slowly, the beam swinging. When it passed over the TV, I caught my own reflection in the dead screen. Pale face, eyes wide, mouth a tight line. For a second, the angle doubled my features, the glass showing me and the ghost of me layered together. It looked like I was standing just behind myself, watching. "I always wanted a break from the noise," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the room. Guess I should have been more specific. The joke came out thin and fell flat as soon as it hit the air. There is nothing quite like hearing your own attempt at humor slide down the walls and die. I tried to be practical instead. That is what you are supposed to do, right? Power goes out. You check your stuff. I walked to the small panel near the kitchen, opened the metal door with a squeak that seemed amplified in the silence. The breakers inside were a row of little black switches with tiny white numbers, all sitting in their on positions, like soldiers at attention. I ran my thumb over them one by one, feeling the gritty plastic under my skin. None of them were flipped. I pressed them gently anyway, as if I could coax them into being the problem. They were solid. The issue was not in my unit. I stepped back and let the panel door swing shut. The clang made me flinch. For a second, I let myself think it might be the whole building after all. Maybe the emergency lighting had its own backup. Maybe everything else had tripped. The storm could have knocked out a transformer somewhere. I remembered the red line under my door and the lit building across the street, and tried to jam those facts into a different shape. But the memory would not bend. The red glow from the exit sign, the apartment lights across the way still burning in their windows, the parking lot lamps throwing steady pools of light. All of it stacked up against the empty sockets in my ceiling and the dead plug where the lamp used to connect to the world. I killed the flashlight to listen, standing in the dark with my phone warm in my hand. It was stupid, but I needed to hear past the high buzz of my own nerves. That was when I noticed another sound, faint but there. A low, distant rumble from somewhere deeper in the building. Not the fridge, Not the heater in my unit. Something bigger. The boiler. It was still running. Once I focused on it, I could make out the subtle vibration coming up through the floor, through my socks, a mechanical heartbeat somewhere under the concrete, steady and indifferent. Whatever had gone wrong, or whatever had been done, had not killed everything. Parts of the building still had power. Parts of the building were still alive. Okay, I muttered, more to myself than to you. So it's not the whole place. That's great. A drop of water clicked in the pipe again as if answering. I turned the flashlight back on and swept it across the room again, slower this time. The shadows seemed thicker, more confident now that they had been there a while. The corners looked deeper. Areas I had never thought about. Behind the TV stand, under the table, the narrow gap between the fridge and the wall suddenly felt like openings instead of dead space. The silence stretched. It did not feel like a pause anymore. It felt like a decision waiting to be made by something I could not see. The longer it went on, the louder my own body got. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, a dull, irregular thud that did not match any rhythm outside. My breathing sounded ragged, like I had just run up a flight of stairs, even though I had barely moved. Underneath it all was a faint, steady ringing in my ears, the same tone you get after a concert, except there had been no noise big enough to justify it. The building itself added tiny noises of its own, each one magnified by the absence of everything else. A faint creak from somewhere above, as if a board had shifted under weight. A soft tick from the direction of the window, maybe the glass adjusting to the temperature change. The almost imperceptible rustle of the cheap blinds when a draft wandered through. I tried to remember the last time there had been a power outage in this place. As far as I knew, there had not been one since I moved in. The building was old, sure, but the wiring had held up. The closest thing I had experienced was that one moment in the middle of the night when everything had gone silent for a heartbeat and then snapped back. A hiccup. This was not a hiccup. This was a held breath. I caught myself glancing toward the door, drawn by the thin line of red under it. The exit sign's glow seeped into the apartment, painting a narrow stripe across the floor. It made the gap under the wood look wider than it really was, like a red eye half open, staring in. I thought about opening the door, sticking my head into the hallway, seeing if anyone else was moving around. Maybe someone would be out there with a flashlight of their own, complaining about the power going out. Maybe I would hear other doors opening, other voices. That thought was almost comforting. Then I remembered the chair that had been under the camera, the unknown hand writing my name on the mail, the heavy footsteps that sometimes stopped right above my door, silent and patient, before moving on. The idea of opening that door and finding nothing, or finding something, suddenly felt like the worst kind of gamble. So I stood there, in the thick silence, with my phone casting its narrow cone of light and the boiler's distant rumble reminding me that some part of the building was still breathing even if my part was not. I told myself I would wait a minute, just a minute, give the system time to reset, or for the storm to pass, or for whatever needed to happen. That minute stretched, thin and fragile, until it felt like it might snap. 3.1. The thick silence. There is a difference between quiet and the kind of silence that drops after something has been cut. I did not really understand that until that moment. I had gotten used to the drone. You do not realize how much of your life is padded with machine noise until it disappears. The fridge's low hum, the heater's sigh, The upstairs TV leaking down through my ceiling. The vending machine's constant growl out in the hallway. All of it had been there so long that it turned into a kind of background ocean. I did not hear each individual sound anymore. I just lived inside the combined roar of them. When they stopped, it felt like someone had pulled a plug in my chest. For a few seconds, I just stood there in the middle of the room, waiting for everything to kick back on the way it had that one night weeks before. Nothing did. The darkness held its breath, and so did I. The only sounds left were distant, thin things that almost made it worse. Somewhere above my head, on the street, a car hissed over the wet pavement, tires throwing up dirty water. The sound came down in a muted swoosh, like I was hearing it from the bottom of a swimming pool. Somewhere in the walls, a pipe gave a lazy drip, drip, drip. Each drop spaced just far enough apart to make me aware of how much time was passing. I pulled my phone out, the sudden brightness of the screen stabbing my eyes. The battery icon in the corner made my stomach clench. 40%. Not terrible, not great. The emergency flashlight icon sat there like a dare. I tapped it. The white beam cut across my small apartment in a harsh cone, turning everything into someone else's crime scene. Chair legs threw long, crooked shadows across the floor, reaching toward my feet like fingers. The couch became a dark bulk with a thin, shining edge where the light brushed its arm. The kitchen counter glittered where it caught on crumbs and the reflective rims of cheap utensils. I turned slowly, the beam swinging. When it passed over the TV, I caught my own reflection in the dead screen. Pale face, eyes wide, mouth a tight line. For a second, the angle doubled my features, the glass showing me and the ghost of me layered together. It looked like I was standing just behind myself, watching. I always wanted a break from the noise, I said, my voice sounding too loud in the room. Guess I should have been more specific. The joke came out thin and fell flat as soon as it hit the air. There is nothing quite like hearing your own attempt at humor slide down the walls and die. I tried to be practical instead. That is what you are supposed to do, right? Power goes out. You check your stuff. I walked to the small panel near the kitchen, opened the metal door with a squeak that seemed amplified in the silence. The breakers inside were a row of little black switches with tiny white numbers, all sitting in their on positions like soldiers at attention. I ran my thumb over them one by one, feeling the gritty plastic under my skin. None of them were flipped. I pressed them gently anyway, as if I could coax them into being the problem. They were solid. The issue was not in my unit. I stepped back and let the panel door swing shut. The clang made me flinch. For a second, I let myself think it might be the whole building after all. Maybe the emergency lighting had its own backup. Maybe everything else had tripped. The storm could have knocked out a transformer somewhere. I remembered the red line under my door and the lit building across the street, and tried to jam those facts into a different shape. But the memory would not bend. The red glow from the exit sign, the apartment lights across the way still burning in their windows, the parking lot lamps throwing steady pools of light. All of it stacked up against the empty sockets in my ceiling and the dead plug where the lamp used to connect to the world. I killed the flashlight to listen, standing in the dark with my phone warm in my hand. It was stupid, but I needed to hear past the high buzz of my own nerves. That was when I noticed another sound, faint but there. A low, distant rumble from somewhere deeper in the building. Not the fridge, not the heater in my unit. Something bigger, the boiler. It was still running. Once I focused on it, I could make out the subtle vibration coming up through the floor, through my socks. A mechanical heartbeat somewhere under the concrete, steady and indifferent. Whatever had gone wrong, or whatever had been done, had not killed everything. Parts of the building still had power. Parts of the building were still alive. "Okay," I muttered, more to myself than to you. "So it's not the whole place. That's great." A drop of water clicked in the pipe again, as if answering. I turned the flashlight back on and swept it across the room again, slower this time. The shadows seemed thicker, more confident now that they had been there a while. The corners looked deeper, areas I had never thought about. Behind the TV stand, under the table, the narrow gap between the fridge and the wall suddenly felt like openings instead of dead space. The silence stretched. It did not feel like a pause anymore. It felt like a decision waiting to be made by something I could not see. The longer it went on, the louder my own body got. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, a dull, irregular thud that did not match any rhythm outside. My breathing sounded ragged, like I had just run up a flight of stairs, even though I had barely moved. Underneath it all was a faint, steady ringing in my ears, the same tone you get after a concert, except there had been no noise big enough to justify it. The building itself added tiny noises of its own, each one magnified by the absence of everything else. A faint creak from somewhere above, as if a board had shifted under weight. A soft tick from the direction of the window, maybe the glass adjusting to the temperature change. The almost imperceptible rustle of the cheap blinds when a draft wandered through. I tried to remember the last time there had been a power outage in this place. As far as I knew, there had not been one since I moved in. The building was old, sure, but the wiring had held up. The closest thing I had experienced was that one moment in the middle of the night when everything had gone silent for a heartbeat and then snapped back. A hiccup. This was not a hiccup. This was a held breath. I caught myself glancing toward the door, drawn by the thin line of red under it. The exit sign's glow seeped into the apartment, painting a narrow stripe across the floor. It made the gap under the wood look wider than it really was, like a red eye half open, staring in. I thought about opening the door, sticking my head into the hallway, seeing if anyone else was moving around. Maybe someone would be out there with a flashlight of their own, complaining about the power going out. Maybe I would hear other doors opening, other voices. That thought was almost comforting. Then I remembered the chair that had been under the camera, the unknown hand writing my name on the mail, the heavy footsteps that sometimes stopped right above my door, silent and patient, before moving on. The idea of opening that door and finding nothing, or finding something, suddenly felt like the worst kind of gamble. So I stood there, in the thick silence, with my phone casting its narrow cone of light and the boiler's distant rumble reminding me that some part of the building was still breathing even if my part was not. I told myself I would wait a minute. Just a minute. Give the system time to reset, or for the storm to pass, or for whatever needed to happen to happen. That minute stretched, thin and fragile, until it felt like it might snap. 3.2. The paper that slid in. At some point, doing nothing started to feel worse than doing the wrong thing. I stood there listening to the boiler's distant rumble and the ringing in my ears, staring at the faint red line under my door, and tried to talk myself into being reasonable. If the power was out only in my unit, there had to be something somewhere that flipped. A breaker, a panel, something physical I could point to later and say, that was it. That was all it was. That's what grown-ups do, I muttered. They go look at the breaker. The joke did not help, but it pushed me a step closer to the door. I walked over and slid the chain off, fingers clumsy on the little metal links. The deadbolt felt colder than it should have when I turned it. For a second, I just held the knob, feeling the chill of the steel seep into my palm, and listened one last time. Nothing had changed. No footsteps, no doors. Just the low hum of the building's hidden organs and the hiss of weather outside the window. I cracked the door open. The hallway breathed a little light into my apartment. Not much, but enough to lay a thin red and white wash across the threshold. The exit sign at the far end glowed steadily, its red letters mirrored faintly on the tile below. A narrow emergency strip light near the stairwell sprayed out a weak bluish beam, like a dying flashlight someone had dropped and forgotten. I slipped my head through the gap first, then my shoulders, keeping my phone in my hand but angled down so the glow did not blind me. The carpet outside felt softer than my own floor, like it was hiding something in its fibers. The air in the hall was cooler than in my unit, smelling faintly of detergent, dust, and the ghost of someone's cooking from hours earlier. My footsteps were almost completely swallowed by the carpet as I stepped out. The door eased shut behind me until it was open just wide enough to brush my back when I shifted. I let it hang there, unwilling to close it fully but unwilling to open it more. It felt like standing with one foot on the shore and one on a boat. There were no sounds of residents, no muffled laughter from televisions, no phone conversations bleeding through thin walls. Every door on my side of the hall was closed, blank rectangles with peepholes like staring eyes. The bzzz of the exit sign transformer filled the space more than anything human. I hesitated, then turned my eyes toward the far end of the hallway. The laundry and electrical room sat down there, behind a battered door with a faded, authorized personnel only sign stuck on crooked. If there was any kind of breaker for the building, it would be somewhere past that door. I told myself I would just walk down, peek in, and come right back if I did not see anything obvious. No heroics, no exploring. Just enough to be able to say I had checked. I took one step toward it, then another. The emergency strip light by the stairs cast a faint band across the floor, and as I crossed it, my shadow stretched long and thin behind me, twisting over the carpet toward my half-open door. It made me feel like something else was moving when it was just me. About halfway down, I stopped. The farther I got from my unit, the more exposed I felt. The corridor seemed longer than it ever had before, stretching out on either side, with my door now feeling much farther away than a few seconds and a dozen steps should have made it. The vending machine's usual hum was absent, its spot on the wall just another dark block in the gloom. I turned my head back toward my door. It was still there, a sliver of deeper darkness in the line of walls, the faint red underglow painting a small tongue of light across the gap. For a moment, I thought about just turning around, stepping back inside, and waiting for morning. Let someone else deal with whatever this was. That was when I heard it, a soft sound from the far end of the hallway behind me. Not a door opening, not the creak of hinges or the click of a lock. Just a single light footstep, heel and then toe, landing on carpet somewhere near the laundry room. It was distant enough that it might have been the building settling, or my imagination tagging a noise onto some shift in the pipes. It was followed by another sound that left no room for imagination. A tiny scrape right at floor level, directly in front of my own door. It was the sound of something thin and stiff being pushed across carpet and catching slightly on the fibers. a soft drag that started on one side of the threshold and ended on the other. Every part of me went tight at once. I spun, bringing my phone up without thinking, flashlight beam jerking across the walls and the doors and the empty hallway. The light flicked over peepholes, the gray rectangle of the vending machine, the distant laundry room door with its wired glass, and finally back toward my unit. There was no one standing near my door, no one walking away, no closing door, no retreating footsteps. Just the dark hall and the faint red light leaking from the exit sign, painting the carpet in thin strokes. But there, sticking out from under the edge of my door, was a small rectangle of white. A piece of paper lay half inside, half out, as if it had been slid through the gap a second earlier. One edge was crooked, the corner slightly bent, like the hand that pushed it had not been particularly careful. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I took a step back toward the door, the flashlight beam shaking just enough to make shadows ripple along the baseboards. My mind raced through all the things that did not make sense. I had just been standing in the doorway. No one had passed me. No one had brushed by my shoulder. I had had a clear view of the hallway in front of me and the space around my door. There was nowhere near that threshold for a person to stand without being visible, unless they had been waiting farther down the hall and timed it perfectly, sliding the paper forward at the exact moment I turned my head away toward the laundry room. Or unless I was missing something. I reached the door in a few long strides, my free hand stretching out toward the white edge on the floor. My fingers hovered for a second, part of me wanting to leave it there and pretend I had never seen it. But curiosity and fear are close cousins. I pinched the corner of the paper between my thumb and forefinger and lifted it. The paper felt normal. That's the stupid thing my brain latched onto. It was just standard printer stock, smooth and a little curled from being handled. No scent, no stain, just white except where ink had bitten into it. I did not look at the message yet. Instinct took over first. I slid back into my apartment, pulling the door with me, and shut it fully. The lock clicked into place with a definite, small sound. I flipped the deadbolt through the chain. Only then, with wood and metal between me and the hallway, did I let myself exhale. I leaned my back against the door for a second, the cool wood pressing through my shirt, my phone held up near my chest, the paper trembling slightly in my other hand. "Okay," I whispered, though there was no one there to hear it, but you. Okay. The flashlight beam was pinned to the wall for a moment, catching the uneven texture of the paint, before I forced my hand down to the paper and turned it so the light washed over the front. The message was written in thick, black marker. The letters were blocky, mostly uppercase, but a little inconsistent. Some taller than others, some slanted slightly, like the person writing had not taken their time. The ink had bled a little into the fibers, fuzzing the edges. 3 words. My name. "Stay in the basement, Jared." Seeing your own name in someone else's handwriting is like hearing your voice played back wrong. It is familiar and alien at the same time. My stomach dropped so fast it felt like the floor had given way under me. It was not just the content, although that was plenty. It was the implications woven through it, small as they were. Someone out there knew I lived in the basement. That much was obvious. Someone knew the power was out only in my unit. Someone knew I was inside. And someone knew my first name. I had never introduced myself to anyone in this building. Not in the laundry room, not in the hallway, not in the lobby. My mailbox label had my last name and my unit number, nothing more. The management emails used my full name, But those lived behind logins and passwords and whatever thin walls the portal company had built. Sweat slicked my palms, making the paper feel slippery. I swallowed, and there was a faint metallic tang in my mouth, like the air itself had turned to coins. The tiny ringing in my ears grew louder, narrowing my world down to the white rectangle and the black letters spelling out a command I had never asked for. Stay in the basement. Part of me wanted to laugh or scream that this was the one piece of advice I had been following all along. I had built my life under street level so thoroughly that the rest of the world might as well have been on the moon. But it did not feel like advice. It felt like an instruction, a reminder of where I belonged, according to whoever had slid that paper through my door in the dark. I looked up from the note and realized my apartment did not feel like mine anymore. It felt like a box someone else had closed around me. 3. Realizing how much they know. There is a special kind of fear that comes when you realize the horror might be paperwork deep instead of ghost deep. I stood there a few seconds longer, back pressed to the door, the note open in my hand. The letters did not change no matter how many times I read them. Stay in the basement, Jared. I could have stood there all night and the ink would have just sunk in deeper. Eventually, my brain tried to claw its way toward an explanation. Explanations feel like safety, even when they are flimsy. Who even could know my name? Building management, sure. They had it all. Full name, date of birth, social, references. I had typed my life into their rental portal while sitting at my old kitchen table, thinking more about getting approved than who would see the data. Somewhere on a server, my name was stapled to Unit 0B in a neat little digital folder. The mailbox down the hall only had my last name and the unit number on a thin strip of paper. No one staring at that would know me as Jared. They would know me as Collins, 0B. A label, not a person. I replayed my time in the building since I moved in. Had I ever told a neighbor my name? No. I got nods, the occasional tight smile, an elevator ride with someone from the second floor who stood too close and pretended not to. No, hi, I'm Jared, nice to meet you. No small talk in the laundry room, because I avoided being down there with strangers if I could help it. There were delivery drivers who had come to the door, calling out my last name from printed labels, the mail carrier calling into the lobby once or twice. None of them used my first name. So if this was a joke, it was one that relied on someone having access to something beyond what you could read off my mailbox. I pushed off from the door and moved back into the living room, my socks whispering against the floor. The apartment felt tighter now, like the walls knew I knew and were waiting to see what I would do with that knowledge. My phone was still in my hand, the flashlight beam making my thumb glow a little from the inside. I killed the light and woke the screen instead. It threw a colder, bluer glow across my fingers and the note. The home screen showed no new texts, no missed calls. The time blinked back at me, 12:31 a.m. I tapped the icon for the building's app, the rental portal thing I barely used except to check that my payment had gone through. It took a second to load, the little spinning symbol stuttering in place. For that moment, I imagined someone else, somewhere, watching my login flicker onto their dashboard. The main page popped up. My name sat there at the top. Welcome, Jared Collins. Below that, the usual buttons. Pay rent, maintenance request, messages. I scrolled slowly, looking for a notice about planned maintenance, some alert about system tests, anything that would make the blackout and the note fit into a rational box. There was nothing new in messages. No blast about electrical issues on site. No apology for the outage. No, stay inside while we work on the lines. My last message was an automated "Your request has been received" from when I reported a leaking faucet weeks ago. As I flicked the screen up and down, my thumb brushed past something I had never noticed before. A menu item in small gray font right below Community Calendar. Tenant Directory. It was grayed out, the way options sometimes are when your user level does not grant access. The letters looked faint, like they had been placed there but not turned on for regular renters. No matter how often I tapped it, nothing happened. No error message, no prompt, no explanation. I imagined what might be behind that dead link. Names, unit numbers, emails, phone numbers, emergency contacts, maybe notes. Jared Collins, 0B, night shift, pharmacy, always home by midnight. Great, I whispered. A phone book for anyone who is not supposed to have it. I backed out of the app and opened my email instead, thumb shaking just enough that I almost tapped the wrong program. My inbox was the usual mess of spam, promotions, and automated bills. I typed the building's name into the search bar and let the client pull up everything related. A stream of messages appeared, center-aligned and sterile. Welcome to your new home. Your application has been approved. Payment processed. Each one had my full name somewhere in the body, anchored to my unit number and the property address. A few even had PDFs attached, leases, rules, documents I had barely skimmed before signing digitally. All of them sitting quietly in a place I considered mine. But that really just meant protected by a password I reused too often. Looking at them now, under the weak blue light of my phone and the dead silence of my apartment, they felt less like correspondence and more like a map, a trail of breadcrumbs from my old life straight down into this basement. Anyone who could get into the portal, into the email, into any of the systems I had trusted with my details, could have read every line. My full name, my unit, my rent amount, my emergency contact, possibly even my work info if the application had been thorough enough. Information I had handed over willingly because I wanted a roof. I shifted my weight and the floor creaked softly under my foot. That tiny sound snapped me out of the email spiral and back into the actual spiral I was standing in. Underneath the quiet, another noise had joined the building's chorus. A low, rhythmic whump, whump, whump coming from the wall I shared with the laundry room. Faint, but unmistakable. One of the washing machines was in the middle of a spin cycle. I stared at the wall as if I could see through it, listening to the sound climb and fade, climb and fade. In my mind's eye, I could picture the drum turning, water slapping against metal, clothes plastered to the sides. The fluorescent light above those machines would be buzzing, reflecting off enamel and chrome, bathing the room in a sickly glow. My apartment was dark and dead. The laundry room, if that sound was real, was not. "Okay," I said, voice thin. "So the boiler's on, the laundry's on, the exit signs are on, just not me." I sat down slowly on the couch, more because my knees felt uncertain than because I wanted to relax. The springs groaned in the quiet. I smoothed the note out on my thigh, the paper crinkling slightly where my grip had crushed it earlier. Captain Rationale wanted to text someone, wanted to turn this into a story I was telling in real time instead of a story I was trapped in by myself. I opened my messages and pulled up Rachel's thread. My thumbs hovered for a few seconds. Then I typed, "Power went out just in my place. Someone just slid a note under my door with my name on it. Not funny." The 3 dots did not appear this time. A little "delivered" popped up under the bubble. Then nothing. It was late. She had work in the morning. She was probably asleep. That is what I told myself, even as some part of me wished she would break character and call immediately, drag my voice out of that hollow room. I set the phone down on the cushion next to me, screen still lit, and stared at the note again. The marker lines seemed darker now, as if the ink had had time to sink all the way through and stain the table beneath. Who tells someone to stay in the basement? Not stay inside, not stay in your apartment, not stay put. Stay in the basement. Like that was my category, my place in the building's hierarchy. Not a tenant, a basement thing. I was still weighing my next move. Call the building's emergency number or jump straight to 911 when the phone buzzed on its own. For a split second, my heart leapt, thinking Rachel was texting back. Then I saw the banner that slid down from the top of the screen. It was not a text. It was a push notification from the building portal app. Password reset requested for your account, it said. If this wasn't you, please contact your property administrator immediately. My mouth went dry. I picked up the phone like it might bite me and tapped the notification. The app opened, showing the same homepage as before. No extra alerts, no flashing warnings. Just the little line of text at the bottom of the screen. Last security event. Password reset request at 12:32 a.m. I checked the time in the corner. 12:36 a.m., 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago, I had been standing in the hallway with my door cracked open, staring toward the laundry room, wondering if I was being stupid. At that exact minute, someone had clicked a button somewhere, asking to reset my password. Not earlier that day, not last week, not at some random time in a random office. While the power died in just my unit, while the note telling me where I belonged was being slid under my door. I didn't do that, I said out loud, because I needed to hear it in the air. I did not do that. The building answered with a tiny sound from above, almost gentle. A tap-tap, like knuckles or fingers lightly touching the ceiling over my living room. Then another, a few inches away, slower this time, as if someone was walking on careful, deliberate feet directly over where I sat. The note trembled in my hand. For the first time since moving in, I looked up at my ceiling and wondered if I was the only one down here after all. Fort 1. Going down the hall. There is a point where fear and irritation mix into something that almost feels like resolve. I hit that point sitting on my couch with the note in one hand and the password reset notification on my phone in the other, listening to the soft tap-tap above my head. If this was some kind of glitch, some electrical issue, some overzealous property manager playing with the system in the middle of the night, then there would be a panel somewhere that proved it. If it was not, then I was already stuck in somebody else's idea of a joke. Either way, sitting in the dark, holding my breath, was not going to change anything. I'm not just going to wait, I whispered, mostly to hear my own voice and remind myself I still had one. I folded the note slowly, creasing the paper along the lines of the marker until it was a small, stiff rectangle. It felt wrong to leave it lying out, like I would come back and find it replaced with something worse. I slipped it into the front pocket of my hoodie, the paper edges scratching my knuckles on the way in, and patted it once like that would keep it real. My phone went into my other pocket, screen dimmed, flashlight off for the moment. I did not want to shine a beacon on myself if I did not have to. The battery percentage had dropped a few more points while I scrolled and panicked. That number suddenly felt like a countdown. At the door, I paused long enough to listen again. The tap-tap above had stopped. The boiler still rumbled faintly under everything. No footsteps outside. No voices, just rain and the building's low mechanical breathing. I slid the chain off. The tiny metal links rasped against each other in a sound that felt too sharp. The deadbolt turned with the same reluctant click as before. My fingers were slick with sweat, and for a second I thought I might drop the knob. Panel, breakers, nothing more, I told myself. You go down there, you see a dusty box of switches, you flip one, everything comes back on, and you get to feel stupid for being scared of a piece of paper. I did not believe it, but it was something to hold on to. I opened the door. The hallway greeted me with the same low light I had seen before, but now that I knew what might be hiding inside it, everything looked different. The emergency strip light near the stairwell threw out a weak, bluish band that smeared across the walls and the carpet, stretching shadows into long, blurry smudges. The exit sign's red glow washed the far end of the corridor in a dull, bloody haze. The air was cooler out here, carrying a faint mix of detergent from the laundry room, metal from the door frames, and something stale underneath. Old smoke, maybe, or food spills no one had ever fully cleaned. I stepped over the threshold, letting the door fall almost closed behind me. I did not latch it. I told myself that was tactical, that I could get back inside quickly if I needed to. The truth was, the idea of hearing it click shut completely made something in my chest seize. The carpet under my socks felt thick and slightly damp, like it held on to every spill and leak the building had ever had. As I started walking toward the far end, the fibers muffled my footsteps so much that each one sounded wrong in my own ears. I could feel the impact travel up through my legs, but the hallway swallowed almost all of the noise, leaving just a soft, dull thump. I started counting my steps in my head. 1, 2, 3. It gave me something to focus on besides the empty doors on either side of me. Every number was a promise. When you get to 20, you can turn around. When you get to the laundry room door, you can stop. 4, 5, 6. The building was not fully dead. I could hear that now that I was in its throat instead of in one of its stomachs. The faint hum that had been a mystery in my apartment resolved into a layer of background sound out here. Somewhere behind the walls, something was running. A pump, maybe, or part of the heating system. It reminded me of standing near a highway at night when traffic is light. Not loud enough to be obvious, but steady enough that you notice when it is gone. 7, 8. As I passed the first door on my left, I glanced at it without meaning to. The metal plate with the unit number caught the red and blue light, making the digits look like they were bleeding at the edges. The peephole was a dark little circle with a faint reflection of my own face in it when my flashlightless phone screen caught it. The door itself was closed, nothing unusual about it. 9, 10, 11. The next door on the right was different. At first, I could not put my finger on why. Then the details resolved in the low light. The paint around the lock was scuffed in fresh, ragged arcs, the kind that happen when metal scrapes against metal. Not the smooth semicircles from years of keys missing their target, but sharper, more chaotic marks, cutting into the wood and paint along the edge of the frame. I stopped counting for a second and squinted. Even in the dim light, I could see the rawness of the scratches. They were lighter than the surrounding paint, not yet darkened by time. Some lines still showing the bare wood underneath. Someone had tried something here recently. A screwdriver, a pry bar, something that did not belong near a lock unless you had permission. The doorknob itself looked fine. The deadbolt above it was in place. If whoever had worked at it had succeeded, the damage was not obvious from this side. No alarms, no flashing lights. just these little desperate signatures next to the latch. The idea that I might not be the first person in the building who had reason to be scared flitted through my mind and lodged somewhere unpleasant. I moved on. 12, 13, 14. On the next door down, the detail was different. There, a faded blue towel had been stuffed along the bottom of the frame, blocking the gap where light and air would normally slip through. It bulged slightly where it had been mashed in, edges frayed and darker from old moisture. People put towels against doors for two reasons: to block something from coming in, or to keep something from getting out. Smoke, smell, sound. The thought of someone upstairs, in a unit just like mine, wedging that towel in place with shaking hands, hit me harder than I wanted to admit. Maybe they were just trying to keep cooking smells from spreading. Maybe they were trying to muffle a crying baby. Maybe. Or maybe they did not want to hear the hallway anymore. 15, 16. I realized I had slowed down. Each step had gotten shorter, my body subconsciously dragging its feet, even while my brain insisted we were still moving forward. The laundry room door was closer now, the wired glass window in its upper half showing only darkness behind it. The little authorized personnel only sign hung at eye level, its corners peeling, the letters faded. The faint hum of the building was louder here. Beneath my feet, the vibration of something heavy running in a locked space carried up through the carpet and into my bones. It felt like standing over a sleeping animal's chest, feeling it breathe. 17, 18, 19. I could smell detergent more strongly near this end of the hall, sharp and fake clean, fighting with an older, sour note that made my nose wrinkle. Damp clothes forgotten in a washer too long. Mildew edging into places no one bothered to wipe. Somewhere behind the door, a machine clicked, then went still. I stopped a few feet short of the laundry room and just stood there, breathing slow and shallow, trying to decide if this was as far as I was willing to go. The emergency light threw my shadow across the door and up the wall, stretching my silhouette until it did not quite look like me anymore. The building felt awake in a way I had never experienced before. Not just alive because of the systems running, but attentive. Like all of its small noises had previously been a blur, and now I could hear each one as a separate thought. In the silence between my counted steps, I could hear my own pulse in my ears again. The faint ticking of the exit sign transformer, the whisper of air stirring somewhere in the ventilation, the distant rush of a car on the street above, dulled by layers of concrete. I told myself I was being dramatic, that I was walking down a hallway in an old building, toward a service room, to look at some breakers. People did this kind of thing all the time without narrating it like the prologue to something awful. The memory of the note in my hoodie pocket said otherwise, crinkling faintly when I shifted. I took one more step, closing the distance to the laundry room door, and reached out toward the handle. It was a simple metal bar, polished smooth by years of hands. In the thin, smeared light, it looked almost wet. The moment before my fingers closed around it, I had the distinct, irrational feeling that the building was leaning in, just a fraction, to see what I would do next. 4.2. The tenant list. The authorized personnel only sign had always felt like decoration to me, something the building slapped on a door to make itself look more official. Standing in front of it, with the lights out in my unit and that note in my pocket, it felt more like a warning. The door itself was the same as the others in the hall, just more abused. The paint around the edges had chipped away in irregular flakes, exposing dull metal underneath. The letters on the sign were faded and bubbled in spots where moisture had crept in. The metal handle was a plain bar, slightly bent, at the height where tired hands would naturally grab. I wrapped my fingers around it. The cold shocked me more than it should have. A deep, stubborn chill that had nothing to do with the weather outside. It felt like the metal had not been touched in a long time, like it had been waiting. For a second, I expected resistance, a rattle that said locked, an excuse to walk away and tell myself I had tried. The latch gave on the first push. The door swung inward with a soft, reluctant whine from the hinges, and a different pocket of air rolled out over me, thicker, damper, carrying detergent, bleach, and the sour trace of wet fabric that had been left alone too long. I stepped inside before I could change my mind, half expecting someone to be standing there waiting. The room was small and cramped, barely more than a wide closet crammed with too much purpose. Two old, top-loading washing machines sat side by side along one wall, their enamel chipped, lids streaked with rust and detergent spills. A squat dryer crouched next to them, its lint trap hanging half open like a tongue. Shelves above and beside the machines held a messy collection of detergent bottles, fabric softener, bleach jugs, and lost socks that had surrendered their partners to the building's black holes. Against the back wall sat the thing I had come for. The electrical panel was a large gray metal box mounted chest high, taking up most of the wall's width. Someone had stenciled the building's name on it years ago in flaking black paint, then thought better of the aesthetics and covered part of it with sloppy strokes of a roller. A metal door with a simple latch guarded whatever lived inside. Across its surface, in layers of Sharpie and ballpoint, were labels, unit numbers, arrows, scribbled notes. Old handwriting overlapped newer scrawl, some crossed out, some circled. A single bare bulb hung overhead from a cracked ceramic fixture, throwing too bright light down into the room and leaving the corners murky. It flickered every few seconds, a tiny electric stutter that made shadows jump. I stepped all the way in and let the door ease mostly closed behind me, not letting it latch, but cutting down the view from the hall. The machines were still. The faucet knobs above them were shut tight. The hum I had heard in the corridor was louder here, a thrumming undercurrent that seemed to come directly from the panel. I took a breath I hoped was steadier than it felt, and moved closer. Up close, the panel's labels resolved into individual stories. 1A, kitchen, bath. 2C, hall, outlets. Boiler room, do not touch. Some entries were just numbers. Others had extra notes. Trips often, leave off. I ran my eyes along the rows, searching for 0B like a person scanning a seating chart for their own name. I was 3 inches from touching the latch when a voice spoke. Unit 0B, Jared Collins, 32, pharmacy tech, works 3:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., most nights home by 12:10 a.m. It was very close. For a second, my brain did not understand how close. The sound came from my left, near the panel, not from the doorway or behind me. I whipped my head around, heart slamming at the inside of my ribs hard enough to make me lightheaded. The room looked exactly as it had a second before. No one stood between the machines and the door. No one leaned against the detergent shelves. The space behind me was empty. The door cracked open just enough for a sliver of the red hallway glow to sneak through and touch the floor. There was nowhere, in the visible room, for someone to be. The voice came again. Unit 0B, it repeated, as if confirming. Basement level, single occupant. My skin crawled as the obvious explanation filtered in. The voice was not in the room, it was behind the wall. Up close, I could see what I had missed on first glance. A narrow seam in the back wall that was not quite flush, a faint outline where drywall did not meet perfectly. Near the floor, behind the machines, there was a small metal grate, barely more than a hand wide, cut into the wall near where the panel sat. It was painted over, but the slits were still open. A vent, or an access point. The sound slipped through it like breath under a door. Now that I was listening, the quality of the voice registered. Male, mid-range, flat in tone, like he was reading off a list he did not care about. No accent I could easily place. The words were so close they felt like they were happening inches from my ear, but muted in a way that said they were filtered through thin material. He was reading something, out loud, in the middle of the night, from a space that shared a wall with the room where the building's electrical heart lived. "Jared Collins," he said again, like he liked the way it sounded. "Pharmacy tech." Paper rustled softly on the other side of the wall. I could picture it without wanting to. Someone holding a sheet, maybe multiple pages, flipping between them. Clipboard, notebook, printout, I did not know. The mental images blurred together into something worse. A list. Another voice answered him. This one was quieter, rougher, like whoever owned it did not talk as much. I had to lean in, against my better judgment, to make out the words through the vent. "Told you," the second voice said. "He is always home by now." No drama, no menace, just simple certainty, like they were confirming a shipping schedule. I froze. Everything in me went very still, like an animal whose best chance is to become part of the scenery. My chest barely moved. I felt my pulse in my throat, in my fingertips, pounding so hard it hurt. I was suddenly aware of every sound my body might make. Breath, swallow, shift, and how loud those things might be through a thin wall. The note in my hoodie pocket might as well have been made of lead. I could feel its corners pressing against my ribs with every small movement. A reminder that some part of me had already been in their hands long before I walked into this room. They know your name. They know your job. They know your schedule. They know you are home. I had the insane thought that maybe they were reading from the same system I had searched a few minutes earlier. The portal. The tenant directory button grayed out on my screen, but very much active on someone else's. Only this, whatever this was, sounded more analog. The rhythm of the pages. The slight echo of the room on the other side. The way the words came with the lazy cadence of someone going line by line, not clicking boxes. I did not dare move closer to the vent. I did not dare move back. The bare bulb overhead flickered, dipping the room into dim and then flaring back to harsh. In that instant of half dark, some feral part of my brain pictured hands pushing through the small grate, fingers reaching, nails scraping the inside of the wall. They did not. The voices kept talking, just low enough now that I could not pick out every word. Bits of phrases floated through. Second floor, couple, dog, travel a lot, graveyard shifts, empty on weekends. A survey, I realized, an inventory, not of apartments, of people. I knew in that moment, with a clarity that hurt, that the power outage in my unit was not random. It was not a favor either. It was a way of making me stay put, while someone behind the walls checked off my name on a list and discussed my habits like I was a package in a warehouse. My first instinct was to bolt. Run back into the hall, slam my door, wedge something under the knob, and call the police until someone believed me. My second instinct was to not make a sound at all. The second instinct won. I stood there, every muscle tight, every breath measured, pretending to be part of the machinery, just another still object in a room full of forgotten things. while close on the other side of the wall, two strangers recited the details of my life like they had always owned them. 4.3. The message that should have been private. When you realize people are talking about you through the walls, the first instinct is to get as far away from the walls as possible. I did not remember deciding to move. 1 second I was rooted in front of the panel, listening to my own life read out like a shipping label. The next, I was inching backward, slowly, carefully, trying to make each step sound like no step at all. The bare bulb overhead hummed and flickered, making the room jump between too bright and almost dim. I kept my eyes on the door and my back angled away from the panel, like turning fully would somehow make a sound. The machines beside me loomed up close, chipped enamel and shadows, their lids closed like they were hiding something inside. Behind the wall, pages rustled. The flat male voice moved on, naming units and descriptions in that same bored cadence. 1A, retired, home most evenings. 2D, travels 3 nights a week. The quieter voice punctuated the list with small comments. Good. No. Skip that one. I could not tell if they were standing still or moving along some narrow space I could not see. My fingers found the edge of the laundry room door and eased it open a few inches. The hinges gave a faint whine, and my heart jumped into my throat. The voices paused on the other side of the wall for half a second, like someone had looked up. Then the reader continued, picking up a different unit number, and I used that tiny cover of sound to slip out. The hallway felt both safer and worse. Safer because I could see the length of it. Worse because I suddenly understood that seeing was not the same thing as knowing who else was here. I did not close the laundry room door all the way. I let it rest in the frame without the latch catching, just enough to blot out the harsh light. The corridor returned to its dim mix of red and blue, smeared shadows stretching out toward both ends. My own door, 0B, sat down the line like a square of deeper darkness. I did not go back to it. Not yet. Instead, I stopped halfway between my unit and the laundry room, in the spot where the emergency strip light's pale glow met the exit sign's dingy red. It felt like standing at the center of some low-budget eclipse. The carpet sucked at my socks, and the air smelled like detergent and old breath. Up or in? Those were the choices that presented themselves, simple on paper, impossible in reality. I could turn and run for the stairwell, pound up to the first floor, and out the front door into the cold, wet dark. Or I could dive back into my basement unit, barricade the door, call 911, and hope whoever answered believed anything I had to say about notes and tenant lists and voices behind panels. My hand drifted toward my phone, more reflex than decision. It buzzed before I even touched it. The vibration in my pocket was small but violent, a sudden insect-like shiver against my thigh that made the hairs on my arms stand up. For a heartbeat, I thought of the building app again. Another password alert, another system message. I fumbled it out of my pocket with clumsy fingers, nearly dropping it on the carpet. The screen lit my face in ghost blue as I swiped it open. A notification banner waited at the top. New message. Unknown number. Local area code. Every instinct I had screamed at me to throw the phone down the hallway like a hot coal. Instead, I tapped the preview. The text thread opened on a single message bubble, gray, stamped with the current time. You hate feeling like a mole down there, huh? For a second, the words did not land. They were familiar in that way dreams are, like something you have seen before but cannot place. Then my brain clicked back through the night in reverse. The clock out at 11:30, the cold walk to the car, The text I had thumbed out to Rachel half as a joke, half as a confession. I backed out of the unknown number thread and opened hers. There it was, sitting in blue in our conversation, above the last unreturned messages from earlier in the week. Rough night. People are insane. I hate that basement apartment, but at least it's cheap. I feel like a mole down there. My own wording, my own complaint, private, or at least as private as anything sent through a cell tower ever is. The message from the unknown number was not just paraphrasing. It had lifted the line straight out of my text and dropped it back into my hands like a taunt. You hate feeling like a mole down there, huh? My eyes went back and forth between the two threads, blue bubble to gray and back again, as if proximity would change what it meant. The room felt suddenly tighter, the air thinner. My mouth tasted metallic, the way it does when you bite your lip too hard and do not realize it until you swallow. There are only a few ways someone sees a line like that when they are not the person you sent it to. They are standing over your shoulder when you type it. They have your phone. Or they are inside the systems that carry the message from you to the person you trust, skimming along the surface of your conversations, the way someone might thumb casually through your mail. I looked down at the phone in my hand, at the smudged fingerprint on the corner of the screen, and felt for the first time like it was not an object I owned, but a window I had been standing in front of with the lights on and the blinds open. Rachel's thread still showed no reply. No typing dots, no new bubble. Just my words hanging there, now mirrored by someone else from the outside. A sound cut through the fog in my head. From behind me, through the laundry room door, a washing machine chirped at the end of a cycle. The sound was a bright, synthetic little melody. A few cheerful electronic notes in a row, rising then falling, followed by a single beep. I had heard that exact noise 100 times before and never thought about it. In the dim hall, in the almost silence, it sounded mocking. The chirp echoed strangely off the narrow walls, bouncing down toward me. It felt like hearing laughter through a vent. On instinct, I stepped farther away from that door, out toward the middle of the hallway, as if the melody might be contagious. The exit sign's transformer buzzed on overhead, a thin, insect-like whine riding under the hum of the building's veins. Somewhere, far above, a car hissed through the wet street, distant and uncaring. The world outside continued to behave like the world, while this thin strip of hallway existed on its own rules, up or in. My thumb hovered over the phone app icon for a second, then slid to the dialer instead. I pulled up the keypad, the numbers glowing softly. 911 had never looked so small. If I called from the hallway, I would have to stand here and talk, explain, while other doors and vents and panels watched. If I called from my unit, at least there would be a door between me and whatever else was awake. Barricade, then call. That was what my brain landed on, like a short list taped to a fridge. I turned back toward my door. My own unit looked less like home and more like a target now. A single dark slot in a row of silent mouths. The faint red from the exit sign smeared across the bottom of it, staining the carpet in front of my threshold. I slipped the phone into my palm, screen still lit, and started walking. 3 steps. 4. 5. I was almost there, within arm's reach of the knob, when the hallway changed. The emergency strip light that had been throwing its wan blue across the corridor flickered once, twice, then died with a tiny electric pop. The slight sheen it had put on the walls vanished. For half a second, everything was black. No depth, no edges, just the afterimage of where the walls had been. Then the exit sign asserted itself. Its red glow was the only light left, painting the far end of the hallway in a dull, submarine color. The letters "Exit" burned dimly above the stairwell, casting long, bloody shadows across the ceiling and down the walls. The doors along the hall became darker shapes against a dark background, their numbers unreadable. My phone screen, still up in my hand, suddenly felt like a beacon. In that moment of disorientation, as my eyes tried and failed to adjust to the new low light, I heard it. From the far end of the hallway, near the stairwell where the red halo was thickest, someone whispered my name. Jared. It was not loud. It did not need to be. The sound threaded through the quiet like smoke, curling down the corridor and under my skin. It was the way you say a name when you know the person you are calling has already heard you once, and you are just confirming that fact. I did not think. My body took over, propelled by the kind of fear that goes past, careful into pure instinct. I lunged the last steps to my door, nearly slamming my shoulder into the frame in my hurry. The knob bit into my palm as I grabbed it and twisted, praying I had not let it fully latch earlier. The door gave, swinging inward, and I stumbled through. I kicked it shut behind me with all the force I had, the edge smacking into the jamb hard enough to rattle the picture frame on the adjacent wall. The lock clicked. My hand flew to the deadbolt, turning it so fast the metal scraped. The chain rasped as I threw it across, hooking it into place with shaking fingers. Only once every piece of hardware between me and the hallway was engaged did I let myself stop moving. I pressed my back to the door, my shoulders absorbing the solidness of it, and stood there in the dark of my powerless apartment, phone screen glowing against my chest, listening. My heart thundered in my ears so loudly it was hard to hear anything else. Underneath it, the building made its small, secret noises, the faraway rumble of the boiler, the dull tick of cooling metal, the whisper of rain against the tiny window. Out in the hall, past the wood and locks and chain, there was only the faint, steady buzz of the exit sign and the memory of my name spoken from the dark. 511. Barricading myself in. For a few seconds after I slammed the door, all I could hear was my own breathing. It sounded huge in the dark, too loud for the size of the room. Shallow pulls and ragged exhales bouncing off the walls and coming back at me. My back was pressed so hard against the wood that I could feel the faint vibration of the building in my spine, like a distant engine idling somewhere under my feet. I did not stay there long. Adrenaline does not like stillness. It wants movement, tasks, anything to convince you you are not just waiting. I pushed myself off the door and grabbed the closest thing with weight, the dining chair I never actually used for dining. The legs screeched against the floor as I dragged it over, the sound ripping through the silence like someone tearing fabric. I winced, but did not stop. I wedged the top of the chair back under the doorknob, angling it so the legs dug into the floorboards. It was the kind of thing you see in movies and assume is more symbolic than useful. But right then, it made me feel like I had added one more lock, one more layer between me and the voice that had whispered my name from the end of the hall. The apartment was not big. There were not many heavy things to work with. I glanced around, the faint glow of my phone casting strange shadows, and zeroed in on the small dresser I kept by the wall, a cheap particle board thing that had come with the unit and held exactly 3 folded shirts and a tangle of cords. I grabbed the side and heaved. The dresser scraped across the floor with a grinding noise that felt like it might wake up the entire building. Every bump and jolt echoed too long. For a moment, I imagined the 2 men behind the panel stopping mid-sentence, turning toward the sound, tilting their heads like dogs. The weight of the dresser was all wrong. Top-heavy, drawers rattling open and shut with each inch I forced it forward. One of the handles caught on the edge of the rug and made a small, sharp snap as it cracked loose. I swore under my breath, teeth clenched, and kept pulling. By the time I got it in front of the door, my palms were sweating and my arms shook. I angled it sideways and rolled it tight against the chair legs, creating a wobbly wall of cheap wood and scraped paint. It would not stop anyone truly determined, but it would slow them. It would make noise when it moved. It gave me the illusion of time. Above me, somewhere in the ceiling, a toilet flushed. The sound rushed through the pipes, a familiar whoosh that seemed absurd in its normality. Water roared, then gurgled, then quieted. Someone upstairs was doing what people do at midnight in their own apartments, sleepwalking through the most private parts of their lives, utterly unaware that one floor down, a man was barricading himself in because his name had come through the wall. I laughed once, a short, hard sound that did not contain anything funny. The window was next. I crossed the room in a few quick steps, heart tripping over itself every time a floorboard creaked. The tiny basement window was set high in the wall, just below ceiling level, a narrow rectangle that showed me ankles in the daytime and nothing but darkness now. The blinds were half open, slats tilted at an angle. I grabbed the cord and yanked. The plastic slats clattered down in a rapid cascade, slamming together and throwing a spatter of dust into the air. The sound was so bright and sharp in the quiet that it made me flinch. I fumbled with the bottom rail, trying to make sure it sat flush with the sill. In my haste, I pulled it slightly off-center. When I stepped back, I saw it. A thin sliver at the bottom right corner where the blind did not quite meet the frame. Just enough space for a line of light to sneak in from the street. Just enough space, I thought wildly, for someone to put an eye to the glass on the other side and see the outline of my legs if they knew where to look. I reached to adjust it, but something in my chest seized up at the idea of touching it again, of rattling the slats and announcing myself to whatever might be outside. I left it alone, that little crescent of darkness like a wound I could not quite cover. The phone felt heavy in my hand. I stared down at the screen, at the dialer waiting, the last number I had looked at still glowing faintly in the corner. The unknown text thread with my stolen words sat buried just one swipe away. I pushed it out of my mind and focused on the 3 digits that, in theory, connected you to help. My thumb hovered, then pressed. 9. 1. 1. For a second, nothing happened. The call button glowed. I tapped it, and the screen hung on calling with a little spinning wheel. The slowness felt deliberate, malicious, like someone somewhere was holding the connection just out of reach. Then a faint click. The phone shifted to the soft, empty sound of an open line. A beat later, a woman's voice came on, calm and practiced. 911. What is your emergency? I had rehearsed nothing, but the words spilled out in a rush anyway. Hi, my name is Jared Collins. I rattled off the address of the building, the street, the city, my voice shaking just enough that I could hear it. I think someone is messing with the power in my unit and... Okay, sir, slow down for me, she said. I could hear typing in the background, keys clacking in a steady rhythm. Behind her voice was the low, distant hum of an office. Other people talking, phones ringing, the white noise of a place where emergencies are routine. You said someone is messing with your power? Yes. The power went out only in my apartment, not in the rest of the building. The hallway lights were on, The building across the street is on, but my unit went completely dark, and I swallowed, glanced at the door as if it was listening, and someone slid a note under my door with my name on it, telling me to stay in the basement. She repeated it back to me, like she was making sure she had the nuts and bolts. They slid a note under your door. Yes, with my first name. Nobody in the building should know my first name. The words felt flimsy as soon as I said them, but once they were out, I could not reel them back in. And then, when I went to check the electrical room, I heard people on the other side of the wall reading off information about me, like a list. My unit, my job, my schedule, and I just got a text from an unknown number quoting something I texted my friend earlier tonight, word for word. There was a pause on the line, just long enough for my heart to hammer through another 2 beats. "All right," she said finally, voice still even. "What I'm hearing is that you believe someone may be inside your building, possibly with access to tenant information, and that they've turned off the power to your unit and left a note for you. Is that correct?" "Yes," I said. They're stalking me, or all of us. I don't know, but they know my schedule. They know when I'm home." Another flurry of typing. I could picture her in some room lined with monitors and corkboards, my words turning into lines on a screen. "Do you see or hear anyone outside your door right now?" she asked. I glanced at the door again. The chair and dresser were silhouettes in the faint light from my phone, piled in front of the wood like a child's idea of a fortress. On the other side, the hallway was just a sense of space and the memory of my name whispered in the dark. "No," I said. "Not right now, but I just heard voices down the hall, and someone was in the electrical room, or behind it, I mean. There's like a panel and there were voices behind the wall. They were reading a list, a tenant list, with my info." "Okay." Her tone shifted slightly, not skeptical exactly, but more focused. She had moved me from confused caller to some other category in her internal filing system. "Has anyone tried to force entry into your apartment?" "Not yet," I said. The word "yet" stuck in my teeth. "There are scratch marks on one of the other doors in the basement, like somebody tried to pry it. And there was a car outside earlier, just sitting there with the windows fogged. I don't know if it's related, but..." "Have you seen any weapons?" she interjected, gently but firmly steering me. "Any guns, knives, tools, like a crowbar?" "No," I said. "Just the scratches." "Okay. I'm going to create a call for officers to come by and check the building, all right?" The soft staccato of typing resumed. "We'll mark it as a possible prowler or attempted break-in. What is your phone number in case we get disconnected?" I gave it to her. She repeated it back. Somewhere, lines were being drawn between my address, my name, my fear, and a car number. "When you say the power is out, is it only in your unit?" she asked. "You mentioned the hallway lights were on." "Yes, just mine," I said. "I checked the breakers in my apartment. They're fine. The boiler is still running. I could hear the washing machines down the hall, and the building across the street is lit up. It's just me." Another small pause. "All right," she said. "We'll have someone swing by and take a look. It may be a maintenance issue combined with someone pulling a prank, but we take any possible unauthorized entry seriously." She did not say stalking. She did not say someone had apparently read my text messages. Those parts slid off the conversation like oil. "Can you stay inside your apartment with the door locked until officers arrive?" she asked. "Don't open the door to anyone except uniformed police, okay?" I glanced at my improvised barricade, at the chair jammed under the knob and the dresser pressed against it. The note in my hoodie seemed to press harder into my chest. Somewhere above me, a floorboard creaked, and a slow, dragging step crossed directly over my living room. "Yes," I said. The word came out thin and higher than my usual register. "Yeah, I can stay inside." "Are you alone in the apartment?" she asked. "Yes." "Any pets, children, anyone else in the unit with you?" "No, just me." "Okay," she said again, in that tone that meant she was wrapping the call in her mind. "An officer will come to your address as soon as they're available in your area. If anything changes, if you hear someone at your door, if you see someone trying to get in, call us back immediately. All right?" "All right," I echoed. "Stay on the line with me for just another moment," she said, fingers probably flying over the keyboard to finish whatever form she was filling. I listened to the faint murmur of other voices in the background, the distant ring of other emergencies. A world of people having the worst nights of their lives, all at once. "Okay, Jared. Officers have been dispatched. You can hang up now if you feel safe doing so," she said. "You've done the right thing by calling." Safe was not a word that fit anywhere in the room. "Thank you," I said automatically, though I had no idea what I was thanking her for. Permission to be afraid, maybe? The line clicked as the call ended. The screen slid back to my home page, my reflection faint in the glass. For a second, I just stood there in the dark, phone glowing in my hand, furniture piled against the door, listening to the apartment breathe around me. Above my head, the pipes rattled with another mundane flush. Life went on upstairs. Down here, under everyone else, I had done what the note told me. I was staying in the basement. 5.2, the handle turns. When the call dropped, it felt like someone had lifted a thin layer of sound out of the room and taken it with them. The operator's voice, the keyboard clicking, the murmur of other emergencies, all of it gone at once. What was left behind was not silence. It was pressure. I stood there in the middle of the room, phone still in my hand, the screen slowly dimming until it was just a dull rectangle in the dark. My own breathing sounded wrong again, too fast, too shallow. I forced a slow inhale, held it, let it out through my nose. It did not help much. Little noises started to separate themselves from the quiet. Somewhere outside, muted by brick and dirt, a car door thudded shut. The sound was dull, distant, followed by the faint clunk of a latch and the soft, fading chirp of a remote lock. I could not tell if it was in my lot or on the street above. The basement made distances blurry. In the kitchen, something dripped, a lazy, irregular pat from the faucet into the stainless steel sink. I watched the dark outline of the counter, listening to each drop land with a tiny, hollow tick. I had meant to fix the leak, or at least file a maintenance request, but it had never made it to the top of the pile. Now it was the loudest thing in the room. Then another sound threaded through those small domestic noises and pulled all my attention toward the door. Footsteps. Far away at first, down the hallway. Their shape softened by the carpet and the wall between us. A soft, dull pressure with each step, traveling through the floor and up into my feet. They were not hurried. No stumbling, no anxious rhythm. Just a slow, steady pace. Heel, then sole. A slight squeak at the end, like the rubber of a shoe catching momentarily on the fibers of the carpet before lifting. Then again. Heel, sole, squeak. They grew clearer as they approached, each step a little more distinct than the last. I could tell where they were by the way the floor under me vibrated, passing the laundry room, passing the unit with the towel under the door, drawing even with where I imagined 0A would be across from me. My body wanted to back away, but there was nowhere to go that would change what side of the door I was on. I glanced at my makeshift barricade. The chair under the knob, the dresser wedged against it, looked even more pathetic now that something was actually coming. Bits of chipped veneer gleamed dully in the faint light from my phone. The top drawer had slid open an inch during my dragging earlier, a rolled-up sock hanging half out like it wanted to abandon ship. The footsteps stopped. Right outside my door. The quiet that followed was so tight it hummed. I could hear my own pulse throbbing in my ears. For one stupid second, I thought maybe it had just been a neighbor going by. Someone who had walked past and stopped at their own unit, key already out. Then the handle turned. The knob did not rattle violently. It rotated slowly, testing the lock the way you might turn a jar lid to see if someone already loosened it. The metal creaked softly where it met the latch. The deadbolt held. The chair under the knob pressed back against the dresser, the legs biting harder into the floor. I watched the whole structure shift a fraction of an inch, wood scraping wood. The handle eased back to its original position. It turned again, another gentle test, like whoever was on the other side was more interested in confirming it was locked than forcing it. The deadbolt's mechanism made a low metallic click inside the doorframe as it resisted. The knob stilled. 3 soft knocks followed. Not loud, not frantic. Just tap, 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 spaced evenly, like a polite visitor who did not want to disturb the neighbors but expected to be let in. For a heartbeat, I considered the possibility that it might be the police, that somehow, impossibly, they had arrived this fast. Then I remembered there had been no siren, no door buzzer, no call to say an officer was approaching. My phone screen was dark again. I did not move to wake it. I held my breath and waited. A man's voice came through the door. "Hey, Jared," he said. Hearing your name from somewhere it does not belong is like someone putting a cold hand on the back of your neck. My knees almost went out. The voice was calm, light, almost apologetic in tone, like he was a friend who had shown up without texting first. "You in there?" he added. "We just want to talk about that post." That post. It took my brain a second to find the file he was reaching for. I had not thought about it in weeks, maybe months. A late-night rant on a local forum after a bad shift, when I had been too wired to sleep and too bitter to keep my thoughts to myself. I had written about a customer I reported for shoplifting, a guy who had stuffed a bottle of cough syrup into his jacket and tried to walk out like we had not watched the whole thing on camera. I had not used names. I had been careful about that. But I had complained about the way he had stared at me when the cops took him aside. The way he had asked, "You like watching people all night from up there?" as they guided him out. I had written about how it felt to be the one stuck on the graveyard shift, while everyone else lived under sunlit schedules. The thread had taken a turn after that. People arguing about privacy, about cameras, about whether night workers were creepy for noticing things or just doing their jobs. I had typed more than I should have about what we see from behind registers and pharmacy counters, about how much of people's lives happen under fluorescent lights at 10 p.m. when they think no one is really paying attention. I had forgotten I ever hit post. The internet swallows things like that. Threads die, comments disappear. You convince yourself they drift away with the scroll. Apparently, they do not for everyone. My mouth went dry. I stared at the door as if I could see through it to the man on the other side. The note in my hoodie felt like it was burning against my chest. We just want to talk about that post. We. The pronoun curled in my head like mold. My hand moved on its own, reaching for the kitchen counter. I found the block of knives by touch, fingers closing around the first handle they brushed. It slid free with a soft, sticky whisper of metal against wood. The weight of it in my palm was both comforting and horrifying. I had never held a knife like that for any reason other than chopping onions. The voice outside the door spoke again, closer this time, like he had leaned in so his forehead almost touched the wood. "You know it's rude to ignore people, right?" he said. There was no irritation in his tone. If anything, there was a hint of amusement, like he was enjoying the performance. I could picture a half smile, the kind some people wear when they tell you they are not mad, just disappointed. "We went through a lot of trouble to get to know you." My fingers tightened around the knife handle. Sweat slicked my palm, making the grip feel unreliable. I adjusted my hold, trying not to make the blade clink against the counter. Every tiny sound I made felt like it might carry through the wood, like he could hear my nails scrape, my breath hitch. "Get to know you." The list behind the wall. The text pulled out of my conversation. The note under my door. The car idling outside. The password reset. The footsteps that knew exactly when I came home. I stayed silent. The operator had told me to wait inside with the door locked until officers came. She had not said what to do if someone who should not exist in this equation was already at the threshold, speaking my name like he had always owned it. The handle twitched again, just a fraction of a turn, then back, like a hand flexing. On the ceiling above, something creaked softly, a weight shifting, a board giving under a step. The building felt stacked with eyes, some above, some behind, some just inches away behind thin layers of drywall. "Jared," the man said one more time. Not a shout, a reminder. I did not answer. I stood there in my dim, powerless cave with a kitchen knife in my shaking hand. My heart beating so hard, I could see my pulse in the edge of my vision, and tried to make myself as still as the furniture I had piled against the door. If they had gone through a lot of trouble to get to know me, then they already knew one more thing. I was exactly where they wanted me. 5-3 choosing the window. For a few long seconds, I did nothing but stand there and listen to my own fear argue with itself. Option 1. Stay put and hope the locks and my sad little barricade held until the police showed. That meant betting my life on cheap hardware, thin wood, and the response time of an overworked department. Option 2. Answer. Talk through the door. Try to sound confident or crazy enough that they backed off, or pathetic enough to make them lose interest. That meant admitting I was here and giving them my voice, something they could pin to the rest of the data they had scraped off me. Option 3. Find another way out. My eyes drifted, almost on their own, toward the window. The tiny basement window had never really counted as an exit in my mind. It was just a source of thin, stale light and the occasional smell of somebody's lawnmower drifting in. But I remembered how easy it had been to crack it open on warmer nights to let out the microwave heat. The latch was stubborn but not strong, and beyond it, ground level, air, street. I pictured what that meant. Hauling myself through that too narrow gap, scraping my back and knees, coming up in the small strip of gravel and damp weeds that ran along the side of the building. Not exactly freedom, but at least not a box someone else had chosen. The handle on the door twitched again, harder this time. The knob jerked against the chair, making the wood creak and the dresser shift a fraction of an inch. The metal components inside the lock clacked together in a way that made it clear whoever was on the other side was done being polite. "Come on, man," the same calm voice said through the wood, a smile tucked in around the edges. "You're making this weird." Another set of footsteps approached, heavier, less careful. The floor under my feet picked up the vibration of the second person joining the first. The tempo of their approach was casual, unhurried, like they were heading into a conversation, not a break-in. One of them laughed. It was a small sound, just a soft puff of amusement, but it crawled all over my nerves. There was no tension in it, no nerves. This was fun for them, an activity, something to do with their night. My decision snapped into place. I backed away from the door, knife still clenched in one hand, phone in the other, and turned toward the window. The blinds, already closed, looked thinner than ever. The uneven bottom rail still left that small sliver of space at the corner. I could see a line of darker darkness there, where the outside pressed up against the inside. My dining chair was already at the door. I grabbed the smaller accent chair from the corner instead, fingers digging into the worn fabric of the seat, and dragged it beneath the window. The legs screeched against the floor, every inch loud enough to make me wince. Behind me, the door handle rattled again, with more force. The chair wedged under it groaned. The dresser jarred forward, bumping the wall. "Easy," a second voice said from the hall, closer now. Lower, with a rougher edge. "You'll spook him." Too late. I climbed onto the chair, the cushions dipping under my weight, and reached up for the latch. My fingers found the cold metal tab and pushed. It stuck halfway, exactly how it always did, biting into the groove worn by years of pointless movement. For a horrible moment, I pictured it refusing to go any farther, welded into place by rust and my own bad luck. I forced it. The latch jolted the rest of the way with a tiny snap that echoed in my head like a gunshot. I slid the window up, the old frame scraping against the rails with a gritty, reluctant sound. A slice of night air poured in, cold and wet, smelling like pavement, damp leaves, and faint car exhaust. It hit my face and lungs with such abrupt clarity that I almost choked. Behind me, the door shook again, the knob slamming against the chair this time. "Hey," the first voice said, a thread of amusement still woven through. "We told you we just want to talk." The building seemed to hold its breath with me as I shoved the window higher. It did not go far, just enough for me to get my shoulders through if I angled them. The world outside looked different from this low vantage point. A slice of slick asphalt, the base of a streetlight pole, the blurred shadow of some half-dead shrub. I tossed the knife down first, out onto the damp gravel. It landed with a muted clatter, vanishing from sight in the thin line of earth between the building and the sidewalk. I did not want to climb through with it in my hand and risk skewering myself on the way down. Then I put my hands on the sill and hauled myself up, heart beating so hard it made my vision pulse. The rough edge of the frame scraped my forearms as I pulled my chest level with the opening. The blinds rattled around my head, slapping against my ears and shoulders. Cold, wet air washed over my face, bringing with it the distant hiss of a passing car and the far-off hum of a traffic light changing somewhere above the hill. Halfway through, I realized how stuck I could get. My ribs jammed against the lower edge of the frame. I exhaled hard, forcing my lungs to empty so my body could compress that last crucial inch. The hoodie bunched up across my back, snagging on a protruding nail or a splinter, tearing with a sound that felt way too loud in the night. From the door, there was another knock. This one was not polite. It was not angry either. It was firm. A knuckle rolling once, twice, 3 times across the thin wood. "We told you," the voice said. He was close enough now that it sounded like his lips were almost against the surface, like the syllables were pressing through the grain. The tone was different, lower, less amused. "Stay in the basement." The sentence landed differently this time. It had been easy earlier in the shock of the note to imagine they might be warning me about something else, that the basement was somehow safer, that maybe in some twisted way they were giving advice, saying, "Don't go outside, don't go up, stay where it is contained." Hung there in the frame, half in and half out, with their footsteps inches from my barricade and my own name still hanging in the air, I understood what they had meant all along. They were not telling me where I would be safe. They were telling me where I belonged, in their system, in their list, in their plan. They wanted me in the basement because that was the box they had drawn around my life. They had built their little inventory around that fact. Unit 0B, basement, single occupant, home by 12:10. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to prove them wrong. With a final, ugly twist, I shoved my shoulders through the window. The sill dug into my stomach, then slid past as I tipped forward. For a heartbeat, my legs flailed behind me in the apartment, my toes scrabbling against the wall. Then gravity took over. I fell. It was not far, but it felt like forever. My back scraped along the bottom edge of the frame, a line of fire shooting across my skin. My knees banged against the concrete lip of the foundation, pain blooming hot and immediate. Then my hands hit the ground first, palms skidding in loose gravel, followed by my knees, my chest, a full-body contact with cold, wet earth. The shock knocked the breath out of me. For half a second, I lay there in the narrow strip between building and world, tasting dirt and iron and rain, listening to the muffled life of the street above me. A car hissed by, tires slicing through shallow puddles. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked twice, then stopped. The night air was stronger out here, filled with exhaust and the faint sweetness of some flowering weed stubborn enough to grow out of broken concrete. I sucked in a sharp breath, lungs burning, and pushed myself up on shaky arms. Gravel stuck to my palms and embedded itself in the skin. My jeans were already soaking through at the knees. The wall of the building loomed inches from my face, rough and cold. My first instinct was to run, just scramble up onto the sidewalk, bolt for the street, flag down whoever drove past next. But something made me look back. Maybe it was morbid curiosity. Maybe it was the same impulse that makes people replay crash videos. I do not know. But I twisted in the narrow space, the brick scraping my shoulder, and peered back toward my window. From this angle, I could see only the lower half of it. The blinds were still down, the slats forming a pale grid against the darker interior. The bottom edge I had shoved up hung unevenly. The little gap where I had slipped through yawned open like a mouth. For a second, it was dark. Then a light swept across it. It came from low inside the room, a tight white beam cutting horizontally just above the floor. It moved slowly, methodically, traveling from one side of my living room toward the other. The slats of the blind turned it into a stuttering pattern, a series of moving bars that climbed up and down the wall inside. Someone was holding a flashlight at about knee height. Someone was inside my apartment. The realization slammed into me harder than the fall had. I had heard no splintering wood, no crash of a door being kicked in, no explosion of furniture being shoved aside. At some point between me climbing onto the chair and hitting the gravel, they had found a way in. Front door, window, another way I did not know existed. I stared at the moving light, at the angle of it, trying to picture the person attached. Were they stepping carefully around the furniture I had shoved against the entry, moving it aside piece by piece? Had they already been inside before I made my choice, watching me go through the window from some hidden angle? The beam paused, then dipped, as if the person had crouched or lowered their arm to look at something on the floor. For a moment, the light shone straight out through the small gap at the bottom, a spear of white stabbing into the damp gravel inches from my shoe. If I had stayed, if I had done what the note said, I would have been in that room with them, in that stuttering light, with nowhere left to climb. 6.1. Crossing the parking lot. The first thing that hit me was the cold. Basements hold on to temperatures differently. Inside, even with the power out, the air had been thick and lingered on my skin. Out here, the night slapped that off me in an instant. The freezing rain had edged into something sharper, a fine spray of ice that needled through my hoodie and bit straight into the damp patches on my back and knees where I had hit the ground. I pressed my shoulder against the rough brick and stayed low, sucking in tight, shallow breaths. The building loomed above me in dark slabs, windows pocked with yellow light here and there on the higher floors. Somewhere behind the wall, just inches from my spine, a stranger's flashlight was cutting across my empty living room. The soft patter of freezing rain on metal filled the narrow space. Tiny impacts on the hoods and roofs of the cars in the lot, on the dumpster around the corner, on the aluminum railings of the stairwell. Every now and then, a heavier drop splatted against my cheek or the back of my hand, melting into a cold trickle. From the main road a block away, a truck passed, the sound dragging across the night. Tires hissed over wet asphalt, then roared louder as it hit a stretch of pooled water, then faded again into a low growl. That noise, ordinary, anonymous, felt like an anchor to a world where people were still just driving home, listening to late-night radio, worrying about nothing more than black ice. I did not want to stand up. Every instinct screamed that vertical meant visible. So I moved along the side of the building in a crouch, knees bent, one hand on the wall to steady myself. The narrow strip of gravel under me shifted with each step, small stones rolling under my sneaker soles. Now and then, my foot hit a slick patch, mud, ice, maybe just a plastic bag plastered to the ground, and slipped half an inch sideways, sending a jolt up my leg. My breathing sounded too loud in my own head, a ragged in-out that did not match the quiet way I was trying to move. The pulse in my ears throbbed in time with the sting in my knees. My hoodie clung to my back, damp and cold where it had torn on the window frame. Every brush of fabric against brick felt like a flare. When I reached the corner of the building, I stopped and flattened myself against the wall. The brick was wet and rough through the cotton, scraping when I shifted. I edged my head around slowly, just enough to get one eye on the parking lot. It looked almost normal. The sodium vapor lamps buzzed above, bathing the cracked asphalt in their usual sickly yellow. Puddles shivered under the drizzle, reflecting fractured cones of light. A handful of cars were scattered in the lot. An old SUV near the dumpster, a compact with a missing hubcap by the front steps, a silver sedan parked almost exactly where mine usually sat. Shadows pooled under the vehicles and in the spaces between them. The blinds in the first-floor windows were mostly drawn, slivers of light leaking out here and there. Nothing obvious moved, except for one car. On the far side of the lot, not directly by my building but close enough to make my skin prickle, a dark sedan idled. Its headlights were off, but its engine was running. A low, constant vibration I could feel more than hear from where I crouched. Exhaust puffed from the tailpipe in a steady white stream, ghosting into the cold air and dissolving. The windows were fogged slightly from the inside. No movement showed behind the glass, no silhouette leaning forward to peer out. It could have been anything. A neighbor about to leave for a night shift, someone warming up their car because their heater took forever. Or just another piece on the board I was only now realizing existed. I could not stand there and solve that mystery. My car sat in its usual row, 2 spaces in from the side entrance, under one of the buzzing lamps. It was close enough that the path to it felt both absurdly short and impossibly far. A strip of open pavement where every step would be out in the clear. Nothing but thin air between me and whoever might be watching. Run for it. Don't think. My fingers dug into the pocket of my hoodie and closed around my keys. They jangled softly as I pulled them out. The small, familiar clink suddenly sounding like a handful of coins thrown against a metal door. I wrapped my fist around them to muffle the noise and took one more look at the sedan. No change. Still idling, still fogged, still a question. I braced my back, sucked in a breath that felt colder than anything I had ever inhaled, and pushed off the wall. The first step onto the open lot was like stepping onto a stage. My sneakers hit the wet asphalt with a slap that seemed to echo louder than it had any right to. The drizzle needled my face and hands, sharp and immediate. I kept my head down, but my eyes up, scanning the space between me and my car in quick, darting glances. 2 steps, 4, 7. Every footfall sent a little splash of cold water up my ankles. The parking lines were faded almost to nothing, ghostly white ghosts under the sheen of rain. The lamps overhead buzzed in their long, insect whine, a constant nervous soundtrack. I fought the urge to look at the idling sedan. I told myself that if I did not look at it, it did not exist. The human brain is good at lying to itself that way when it needs to. My hand fumbled with the keys as I ran, the metal edges biting into my palm. I spun them between my fingers until the familiar notches of my car key found their way to the front. My other hand hovered uselessly, ready to catch myself if I slipped, ready to do nothing if someone stepped out from behind anything. I reached my car, more by muscle memory than sight. The driver's side door looked exactly as it always did. Same tiny rust bubble forming near the handle, same faint scratch from a grocery cart weeks ago. Seeing something so mundane in the middle of everything almost made me dizzy. I jammed the key toward the lock and missed the first time, scraping the paint. My fingers were numb from the cold and the adrenaline, and the key jittered in my grip. I swore under my breath, sucked my hand back, and tried again. The key slid in. The lock clicked. The small, comforting mechanical sound was the best thing I had heard all night. Behind me, the low rumble of the idling sedan's engine seemed to notch up a fraction. Or maybe that was just my brain deciding it had. I could not tell if anyone had moved. I did not turn to check. I yanked the door open, the rubber seal sticking for a second, before giving way with a small tearing sound. The dome light blinked on, throwing pale illumination over the fabric seats, the dash, the steering wheel. The cabin smelled like stale coffee and the pine-scented air freshener I had forgotten to throw away. As I started to drop into the driver's seat, my phone vibrated in my pocket again. The timing was so perfect it felt staged, like whoever had scripted the night had been waiting for this exact cue. Seat, door, buzz. For a heartbeat, I considered ignoring it, focusing only on getting the engine running and putting distance between myself and the building. Curiosity and dread reached for the phone first. I slid into the seat, pulled the door halfway in without fully closing it, and dug the device out with stiff fingers. The screen lit my face in cold blue. A new message notification sat at the top. Same unknown number, same local area code. I tapped it. The thread opened on a fresh gray bubble. The text short and sharp. Don't drive angry. 3 words. No punctuation. No emoji. No explanation. I stared at them, the glow of the screen blurring at the edges as my eyes burned. Somewhere above the curve of the phone, through the still open crack of my car door, I could see the faint outline of my building. Its brick skin slick with rain, its windows blinking their indifferent yellow. The engine of the sedan across the lot hummed steadily. Maybe they could see me from there, maybe from some higher window, maybe from a camera I had never noticed. The how was almost irrelevant. The message was clear. They were still watching. 6.2, the drive to safety. The text burned on my screen for another second. Then I killed it with my thumb and shoved the phone face down in the cup holder. Enough. I slammed the car door shut, the dull thunk of it cutting off the mixed noise of idling engines and freezing rain. The interior felt small and close, a box inside a bigger box. I jammed the lock button down out of reflex, even though it would have locked itself as soon as I started moving. The key slid into the ignition with a familiar click. My hand shook just enough that I had to re-grip before I twisted. The starter ground for a second, a raw metallic whine that made my stomach lurch. Then the engine caught with a low, uneven rumble that smoothed out after a moment. The dashboard lights flared to life in a wash of orange and green. Fuel gauge, speedometer, a faint check engine light that had been on for months. The heater fan coughed once, twice, spitting a weak gust of air that was colder than the inside of the car. It blew across my damp hoodie, raising a fresh layer of goosebumps. It would warm up eventually. Everything mechanical did. It just needed time. Time was the one thing I did not feel like I had. I dropped the gear shift into reverse, glanced over my shoulder out of habit, and backed out of the space too fast. The tires rolled over the thin skin of slush that had formed on the asphalt, spraying it up in twin arcs behind me. The steering wheel vibrated in my hands as I straightened out and jammed it into drive. The parking lot slid past in a smear of yellow light and shadow. To my right, the rows of windows stacked over the basement glowed like nothing was wrong. Squares of warm color, some with silhouettes moving, some static. My brain tried to latch on to those little scenes. Someone watching TV in their bedroom, someone standing at a sink, someone pacing with a phone to their ear. Normal life layered directly above the room I had just crawled out of. To my left, near the far edge of the lot, the dark sedan still sat. For a heartbeat, as I hit the gas and started toward the exit, I thought I saw its headlights flicker on, 2 pale discs of light blooming behind wet glass, washing the lot in a brief reflection. My heart jumped into my throat. The car felt suddenly too light, like the wheels had lost contact with the ground. I blinked hard and checked the rearview mirror. Behind me, the only thing visible in that small rectangle was the blurred smear of the lot receding and the faint glow of the street beyond. No twin points of light following. No shape nosing out of the row to fall in behind me. Maybe the sedan had turned its lights on and then off again. Maybe the reflection had come from some other car turning onto a different street. Or maybe my brain was already editing reality on the fly, adding headlights where there were none because it expected them. I did not go back for a second look. I turned out of the lot onto the smaller road that connected my little basement world to the rest of the city. The tires hissed as they met the wetter, rougher surface of the street. The steering wheel tugged slightly in my hands as the car found the shallow grooves worn into the asphalt by 1,000 other commutes. The radio was off. I left it that way. Without the usual soft wall of music or talk, every other sound in the car felt magnified. The rhythmic squeak of the wipers as they dragged across the glass, up with a rough shudder, down with a softer squeal, set a tempo I could not ignore. The drone of the tires on wet pavement became a low, constant note under everything, rising slightly as I sped up and falling as I slowed. The heater fan whirred, still blowing mostly cold air but gaining a degree of warmth with each minute. The vent above my hands pumped out something that felt like a weak apology. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The smaller road behind me was empty. No headlights, no looming silhouettes. Just the faint glow of the streetlights and the scattered reflections of puddles. My own taillights threw a small red stain on the slick black surface that shrank as I moved forward. Left turn at the stop sign. Right at the light. The route to the freeway was so ingrained in me from late-night shifts that my hands and feet worked it almost without my input. My eyes tracked the cross streets, the intersections, the tight little pockets of darkness between failing lamps. Every time I passed a parked car along the curb, I watched for the subtle shift of brake lights flaring on, for a door opening into my lane, for a set of headlights coming alive a little too perfectly timed. Nothing. Just the occasional glow behind a frosted windshield where someone else had chosen to sit and wait out the night. The closer I got to the main road, the brighter the world became. Sodium vapor gave way to harsher white LEDs, their beams bouncing off reflective signs and damp guardrails. The little two-lane curled into a wider strip that eventually spat me out near the freeway interchange. A concrete knot of ramps and merging lanes buzzing with long-haul trucks and insomniac drivers. Up ahead, I could already see my target. The 24-hour gas station near the interchange had been a landmark in my commute long before this night. A little island of brightness squatting under a canopy of fluorescent lights, casting a clinical glow over pumps, trash cans, and the line of parked cars along the side. A tall sign near the road screamed gas prices and rotating red block letters advertising coffee, lottery tickets, breakfast sandwiches. Neon cluttered the windows of the attached convenience store. Lotto, cigarettes, ATM, coffee, open 24 hours. Each sign hummed in its own pitch, beams vibrating slightly against the glass, outlining racks of snacks and coolers and the bored silhouettes of whoever worked the graveyard shift there. It looked like a stage set for safety. Get to the light, I told myself. Get to other people, cameras, witnesses. I merged onto the wider road that funneled traffic toward the freeway, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. I kept the speed a little under the limit, not wanting to attract attention, but also not willing to slow enough to give anyone time to catch up. The engine hummed at a steady RPM, a comforting monotone that smoothed out some of the spikes in my nerves. Each time the transmission shifted, there was a small, familiar lurch. The wipers kept their metronome going. Squeak thunk, squeak thunk. The tires sang softly on the wet asphalt, the sound changing where the surface switched from patched potholes to newer, darker pavement. At one intersection, the light ahead flipped from green to yellow as I approached. I pressed the brake a little harder than necessary, not wanting to run it and give the universe an excuse to send a cop after me while I was fleeing something else. The car slowed, the front end dipping slightly. The seatbelt tugged across my chest. I came to a full stop at the line. The world outside the windshield rearranged itself into a series of still frames. Red light above, rain streaking down the glass. The vague shapes of other cars crossing perpendicular in front of me. Their headlights smeared white lines across my vision as they passed. The heater had finally started to blow air that was more warm than cold. It smelled faintly like dust burning off coils that had not been used in a while. It fogged the lower corners of the windshield where the defroster did not quite reach, turning the world there into a hazy smear. My phone vibrated again. The sound was muted by the engine and the rain, more felt than heard. A faint buzzing against the hard plastic of the cup holder where I had tossed it. It rattled once, twice, then stilled. Every muscle in my body twitched toward it. The urge to snatch it up, to see what had come through, was almost physical. Another text from the unknown number. Another line borrowed from my life. Another suggestion whispered into my pocket. I did not look. I kept my eyes on the red light, on the glowing crosswalk symbol, on the silhouettes of the cars moving through the intersection in front of me. A pickup truck rolled by, tires throwing up sprays of water. A minivan followed, the bluish glow of a tablet screen visible in the back seat for a split second. The phone buzzed again, a shorter double tap this time. Notification upon notification, piling up just out of sight. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel until my fingers hurt. You look at that, I told myself, and they win twice. Once for getting into your night, and once for getting into your head. The light clicked over to green. I pressed the gas and rolled forward, the car responding with a smooth surge. The gas station canopy loomed closer with each passing second, its fluorescent halo cutting through the rainy dark like a cheap imitation of daylight. It did not look like safety, not really, but it looked like other human beings, under cameras and bright lights, and right then, that was the closest thing I had. 6.3. Officers, reports, and non-answers. The gas station lot looked almost surgical compared to the rest of the night. I pulled in hard, tires crunching over the lip of the driveway, and aimed straight for the pump under the biggest camera dome I could see. The fluorescent canopy lights glared down into my windshield, bleaching out the interior of my car and making my hands look corpse pale on the steering wheel. For once, being overexposed felt good. The station was nearly empty. One beat-up pickup idled on the far side of the lot, driver nowhere in sight. Inside the convenience store, a single cashier leaned on the counter, chin propped on one hand, face washed blue by the glow of a phone. The neon signs in the window buzzed and blinked in uneven rhythms, advertising cigarettes, lottery tickets, coffee I did not want. I killed the engine but left the keys in, the weight of them a reminder that I was not tied to this place if I did not want to be. My phone sat in the cup holder, screen still dark. I picked it up and dialed 911 again before I could talk myself out of it. The line clicked. The familiar white noise of the center washed in. 911? What is your emergency? I tried to sound less frantic this time, like someone giving an update instead of starting from scratch. Hi, I just called a few minutes ago. Jared Collins, basement unit at... I rattled off the address again. I left the building. There were people at my door. I think they're inside my apartment now. The operator asked me to confirm my location. I told her the name of the gas station, the cross streets, the fact that I was sitting under a camera. The words felt surreal as I said them, like I was narrating someone else's story. They've been sending me texts too, I added. From a local number. They quoted a message I sent earlier tonight, word for word. Okay, Jared, she said, typing audible under her voice. We've got a unit en route to your apartment complex from your earlier call. I'm going to have another car swing by your current location so you can meet with them safely and then follow them back, all right? The phrase "follow them back" made my stomach twist. Back to the building. Back to the basement and the door and the panel and the vent. But I nodded like she could see me and said, "Yeah, okay." While I waited, I watched the store door like it might open onto something worse. It did not. A guy in a hoodie and pajama pants shuffled out, clutching a 12-pack, eyes half closed. He slid into the pickup and drove off without looking at me. A few minutes later, red and blue flashed against the wet pavement, washing the pumps and my side mirrors in pulsing color. The cruiser pulled in slowly, circled once like they were getting a look at the lot, and then rolled to a stop a few spaces away. 2 officers climbed out, both in dark uniforms, jackets zipped up against the cold, radio mics clipped to their shoulders. One of them, a woman with her hair pulled back tight, approached my window and tapped lightly on the glass. I rolled it down halfway, letting in a fresh sheet of cold and the smell of gasoline. "Jared Collins?" she asked. "Yeah." My voice sounded smaller than I wanted it to. "Okay," she said, glancing briefly at the building logo on my hoodie like she was matching it to whatever came up in their system. "We're going to head back to your address and do a check of the property. You can follow us in your car. Just stay behind us. Keep your doors locked." "Are they still there?" I asked, even though there was no way she could know yet. "That's what we're going to find out," she said. It was not exactly reassuring, but at least it was honest. The drive back to the complex felt shorter and longer at the same time. The cruiser's taillights glowed steady in front of me, a set of red anchors pulling me toward the place I had just crawled out of. My wipers kept up their rhythm. The unknown texts sat unopened in my phone's notification shade, a sealed envelope I refused to touch. When we turned into the lot, the building looked the way it always did. The sedan that had been idling earlier was gone. The lamps buzzed. The puddles reflected the light. For a second, if you did not know better, you could have believed nothing had happened at all. The officers went in first. I parked near the side entrance and stayed in my car until they signaled. One of them held the door open with a boot, while the other motioned me over. Being invited into my own building felt backwards. In the basement hallway, their flashlights cut through the dim, turning it into a sharper, cleaner version of the space I had stumbled through earlier. The emergency strip light was back on now. The exit sign hummed. My door looked like any other, except for the small tilt in the chair under the knob and the dresser wedged behind it. "Is this how you left it?" the male officer asked. "Yeah, mostly. I climbed out the window." The words sounded insane when spoken plainly, but they nodded like they had heard worse. They moved the furniture aside with more confidence than I had built it, wood scraping, chair legs bumping. One of them tried the knob, turned the deadbolt, and pushed the door open, announcing themselves as they went. "Police!" The living room looked like a freeze frame of my panic. Chair under the window knocked sideways, blinds rattled and uneven. A smear of dirt on the sill where I had forced my way out. The knife I had dropped outside was nowhere in sight now. The officers did not know to look for it. The note still sat on the table. "Stay in the basement, Jared." One of them picked it up with gloved fingers, read it, and exchanged a brief look with the other. It was quick. more a tightening around the eyes than anything, but I caught it. "Windows and door are your only entry points?" the woman asked. "As far as I know," I said. "I never saw anything else." They did a quick sweep anyway, professional and efficient, poking their heads into the bathroom, the bedroom, the tiny kitchen. Closet doors opened and shut. One of them glanced up at the ceiling as if expecting a panel to be hanging open. Nothing. No intruders, no sign of forced entry beyond the furniture they had just moved. In the laundry room, they spent more time. We all stood there under the flickering bulb while the male officer opened the electrical panel. He ran his gloved fingers along the rows of breakers, squinting at the handwritten labels. "Strobe," he muttered, finding the one that matched my unit. It was flipped down. All the others in the row were up, neat little soldiers. Mine sat alone in the off position, a small break in the pattern. He looked back at me. "You touch this?" he asked. "No," I said. "Not this one. Just the panel in my unit." My voice sounded too loud in the cramped room, bouncing off the washer lids. He reset it with a firm flick. Somewhere down the line, my apartment came back to life. Fridge humming, heater thunking on, the TV in the living room blinking awake to an empty HDMI screen. The normal noises flooded back with such force that I almost missed the tension in the silence between the officers. They took my statement at the small table in my apartment. The woman sat across from me, notebook open, pen clicking softly between her fingers when she paused. The man stood by the door, listening, occasionally glancing into the hallway. Their radios squawked now and then with someone else's problems. Traffic stops, domestic calls, the static-laced code of a system that never sleeps. They asked if I had enemies, anyone who might want to scare me, anyone I had thrown out, cut off, humiliated. I told them about the shoplifters I had reported, the guy who had glared at me as the cops walked him out, the customers who had screamed in my face about insurance and wait times, the online post, the thread about cameras and night workers, the line I had thrown into the void about feeling like a mole in the basement. They took it all down in neat bullet points. When I showed them the texts, pulling the phone out and scrolling to the unknown number, they leaned in. The woman's mouth tightened. The man exhaled quietly through his nose. "Could be a spoofed number," he said. "Could be somebody got into one of your accounts." "Change your passwords," the woman added, sliding the phone back across the table. "Call your carrier in the morning. Let them know what's going on. They can sometimes block or trace repeated harassment. If it keeps happening, you can file a separate report for that." "What about the portal?" I asked. "And the list? The voices?" She glanced at her notes. "We'll document that as suspicious circumstances," she said. "Without seeing them ourselves, it's a little hard to prove. We'll request extra patrols around the building tonight. If anyone's hanging around who shouldn't be, we'll have a better chance of spotting them." It was the answer I had expected, and it still felt like a door softly closing in my face. They left after that. A few final reassurances, the kind you learn in training. "Call us back if they return. You did the right thing. Get some rest if you can." Their boots echoed in the hallway, then on the stairs. The front door of the building opened, closed. A car door thunked. The cruiser's engine turned over and rolled away. The apartment felt wrong with the power back on. The fridge's hum no longer sounded comforting. The TV's standby glow made the corner feel crowded. The heater's breath was too warm on my skin. Light bled under the blinds from the street, turning the walls into a pale, uneven wash. I told myself I would not be staying the night. I would grab a bag, clothes, charger, toothbrush, and go crash on Rachel's couch or check into some cheap motel by the freeway. Anywhere with a door that did not have my name on a list behind it. Before I left, I sat down in front of my laptop. It felt like picking at a scab, but I had to see. If they could get into my world digitally, I needed to know where the infection was. I opened the building portal site, fingers hovering over the keys, and logged in. The home page loaded, familiar and suddenly sinister. Welcome, Jared Collins. Pay rent. Maintenance request. Messages. The grayed-out tenant directory still sat there, inaccessible to me. I clicked into the account settings. There, buried near the bottom of the page under my contact info and emergency number, was a small link I had never bothered with. Recent login activity. I clicked it. A short list dropped down. Dates, times, IP addresses. Most were my own, recognizable timestamps from when I had paid rent or submitted a ticket. A couple from my phone using mobile data, slightly different numbers. All lined up neatly. Except one. Tonight's date. A timestamp that lined up exactly with the moment the power had gone out, down to the minute. The IP address meant nothing to me, just a string of numbers separated by dots. But the user column next to it was all too clear. Admin, view only. Not Jared Collins, not tenant, not even manager. Admin, view only. Someone with admin-level access had been looking at my file at the precise moment my unit went dark. I stared at the screen until the numbers blurred and the little spinning fan in the corner whirred louder than it should have. The building's systems had always felt faceless to me before, just portals and forms and auto emails. Tonight, the face had finally stepped out from behind the panel. It was not a ghost. It was worse. It was someone who could flip a breaker, slide a note, read my texts, and then log out like it had been another item on their checklist. 7.1. Moving again. I should probably say this up front, before you start wondering why I did not just pack a bag that night and disappear into some other state. I did not stay in that basement apartment much longer. The officers promised to do a patrol tonight turned into exactly what you would expect. A car looping past the building once or twice, maybe slowing a little, then disappearing into more urgent calls. They never caught anyone lurking. No one knocked on my door again while they were around. That did not make the place any less ruined for me. The next morning, I called off my shift for the first time in years and started the process of unhooking my life from that building. I spent a couple of weeks after that couch surfing with a coworker who owed me a favor. Someone from the pharmacy who had always joked about how I should get the hell out of that mole hole anyway. Her apartment was on the second floor of a brick walk-up closer to downtown. The ceiling fan ticked when it turned. Her fridge was louder than mine had ever been. The couch was lumpy, and the streetlight outside the window flickered all night. It was heaven. I kept my stuff there in a couple of duffel bags and a milk crate. Clothes, toiletries, laptop, whatever documents I thought I might need if the world caught fire. The rest of my belongings stayed in the basement unit for a while, boxed and waiting like I had abandoned a life mid-sentence. On my days off, I went back in the daytime, when the building felt less predatory, and made trips with my car. I did not go alone if I could help it. Dragging a buddy along under the pretense of free pizza made the hallways feel less pressurized. I changed my phone number as soon as my carrier's customer service line opened that next morning. I sat in my coworker's kitchen with a mug of coffee going cold in my hands, reciting my account details to a stranger over the phone and saying words like harassment and spoofed messages in a voice that felt weirdly detached. They issued me a new SIM, I did a full factory reset on the device before I put it in, watching the progress bar crawl across the screen like it was washing something filthy out of my pockets. New number, new voicemail, new everything. I logged out of every app and site I could think of, changed every password, used strings so long and meaningless that even I had trouble remembering them. Two-factor everything. I was sick of my own name showing up on any screen I did not absolutely need it to. The building portal was next. I sent emails, polite at first, then less so, to the management company. I requested that my account be terminated, my data removed from their systems to the greatest extent possible under law. I quoted terms of service I had actually read this time, highlighted where it said they might share information with trusted partners. They responded the way you would expect. "We're sorry you feel that way. We take privacy seriously. We do not share personal identifying information except as necessary. Your lease file will be retained for our records. We cannot delete transactional history. In other words, your name and unit number will live in our database until the building crumbles." It was not enough, but it was all I was going to get. I found a new place as fast as my budget would allow. 3rd floor this time. No B in the unit number, no basement at all. A newer building closer to the pharmacy, with a lobby that smelled like fresh paint and lemon cleaner instead of damp concrete. Key fob entry, cameras in obvious places, management office with actual human beings sitting behind desks instead of auto replies bouncing back from an online portal. My apartment was small, but higher up than I was used to. The ceilings were taller, which somehow made breathing feel easier. Big windows in the living room looked out over a busy street instead of the calves and ankles of strangers. At night, headlights and taillights streamed past in lines, reflections sliding across the ceiling like slow, restless ghosts. The door had 3 locks, a deadbolt, a chain, and one of those metal swing bar things hotels use. I installed the last one myself, drilling into the frame with hands that shook more from too much coffee than fear. But the feeling of the bar sliding into place every night was worth every splinter. The sounds were different here. Instead of the muffled world of the basement, boiler rumble, vending machine hum, footsteps filtered through layers of concrete, I had constant city noise. Distant sirens Dopplering past at all hours. Neighbors arguing 2 floors up. Voices rising and falling like waves. Somewhere on my floor, someone's dog barked at irregular intervals, usually at nothing I could see. The elevator dinged at odd times, chiming its arrival with a soft, bell-like tone that I could hear all the way in my kitchen. The hallway outside my door buzzed with the low, steady hum of better wiring. I could hear the thud of packages landing outside units, the rustle of plastic bags, the squeak of stroller wheels. Inside my apartment, the mechanical chorus was familiar in a way that should have been comforting. Fridge hum cycling on and off, a low background drone that I had grown up with in every place I had ever lived. The AC whooshed to life when the thermostat told it to, air rushing through vents with a soft roar before settling into a steady sigh. At night, lying in bed, those sounds layered over each other. City outside, machines inside. Nothing supernatural about any of it. Nothing off if you looked at it from far enough away. For a few months, nothing strange happened. No anonymous notes, no new texts from unknown numbers, no footsteps stopping outside my door with too much interest. The worst things I dealt with were a neighbor who liked to slam his door when he left for work at 6 a.m., and a couple who fought loudly about nothing on alternating Tuesdays. I got used to swiping my key fob in front of the lobby reader and hearing the little beep of acceptance. Used to nodding at the front desk staff and knowing that if someone wanted access to the building, they at least had to push past a camera and a human being. I kept expecting a crack to show. Every time my phone buzzed in my pocket, some small animal part of my brain flinched, waiting for a message that said something like, "Nice place. Higher up this time, huh?" It never came. Most of the time, it was just pharmacy schedule updates, junk emails, or the single friend still reminding me to come out for a drink. I considered the possibility that I had overreacted, that maybe the guys behind the wall had not been as omnipotent as they felt in the moment, that the text quoting me was some deranged coincidence, some data leak that got exploited by a local troll. I read enough stories online about pranksters and social engineers to know people got their kicks in weird ways. I wondered if the admin login on the portal that night had been some overworked property manager checking something and flipping the wrong breaker by accident. Maybe they had seen my unit highlighted on a screen and pulled the switch without thinking. Maybe the note had been some unrelated thing meant for somebody else. The explanations did not fit well, but they existed. They were real enough to hang my sanity on, at least for a little while. Months went by. I worked my shifts. I drove home under streetlights instead of to a hole in the ground. I heated leftovers in a microwave that was not older than I was. The story of the basement started to feel like something that had happened to someone else, a long time ago, in a part of town I did not visit anymore. Every now and then, I would wake up in the middle of the night because the building had fallen into that weird, perfect stillness again. The AC between cycles, the fridge between hums, no traffic outside for a beat. In that second, my heart would slam against my ribs, and I would be right back in 0B, staring at a dark TV screen and listening for a footstep outside my door. Then a siren would cut the silence, or a car would blast through the light outside, or the upstairs neighbor's toilet would flush, and the city's noise would come crashing back in. The feeling would fade. I would roll over. I would tell myself again that the worst parts were behind me. For a while, I almost believed it. 7.2, 1 second of silence. The night it came back, I was doing something that should have made me feel in control. I was sitting at my small kitchen table in the new apartment, laptop open, trying to turn all of this into a story. Not a police report, not a formal complaint, an email to a horror channel. To somebody whose job is to sit where you are sitting now and listen to people like me talk about the worst things that ever happened to them. The digital clock on the stove behind me glowed a steady green 12:23 a.m. The scene around me was the opposite of that basement. Bright overhead light washing the laminate table, a mug with old coffee rings near my left elbow. My new door, solid and triple locked, visible in the corner of my eye. 1 lock, 2 lock, swing bar. I kept glancing at it without meaning to, just to reassure myself it was still there. The sounds were exactly what I had learned to use as proof that I was fine. The fridge hummed, a low, constant note behind me. Its compressor had a little rattle at the beginning of each cycle, a short metallic stutter before it settled into a steady drone. The AC unit in the living room exhaled on low, pushing cool air through the vent above my head with a soft, rushing sound. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV leaked down through the ceiling. I could not hear words, just the shape of canned laughter and fast-talking dialogue. Every now and then, a burst of audience laughter would swell, that synthetic roar that only sitcoms have, and then fade. Their footsteps crossed back and forth in the pattern I had come to recognize. Couch to kitchen, kitchen to bathroom, back again. Outside, through the closed windows, the city kept moving. Tires hissed along the main road. A siren wound up somewhere distant, crested, and slid back down the scale. A car horn blared once, angry and short, then cut off. I told myself that this was why I was finally writing. Not because I needed help. God knows the police had made it clear how much help was not available, but because I wanted the story out of my head and into someone else's ears. Documented, turned into content. Frozen. My fingers moved across the keyboard, the soft clack of the keys adding another layer to the room's mechanical chorus. I wrote about the listing that had made the basement look better than it was. The first night. The vending machine hum. The note. The voices. The text messages. The door. I found myself being more honest than I would have been with the cops. I wrote things like, "I am not telling you this because I want advice. I am telling you because I need it to exist somewhere outside of my own brain." I typed the words, "I still do not know if they were employees or something else," and stared at them until the letters lost meaning. At some point, I leaned back and let my hands fall still on the keys. The laptop's fan whirred quietly under my palms. The cursor blinked at the end of the last sentence. Patient, waiting. I reread the last paragraph out loud under my breath, checking the flow. The way you do when you want something to sound like speech and not a report. I could hear every sound in the apartment as I read. The fridge hummed. The AC whispered. Laughter floated down from upstairs. A car passed outside, its headlights making a brief sweep of light across the far wall, filtering through the slats of the blinds. Somewhere in the building, an elevator dinged. A muted chime carried through drywall. I stopped reading and just sat there. Fingers resting lightly on the home row, eyes on the screen. The last thing I had typed stared back at me. Sometimes I still listen for that 1 second of quiet, just to make sure it is not about to happen again. It happened as I thought it. The fridge compressor clicked off. Not a slow fade, not the gradual tailing off it does when it cycles naturally. It cut out mid-hum, like someone had thrown a switch. The rattle stopped. The drone died. The absence of that noise was like a trap door opening under the rest of the sound in the room. Half a heartbeat later, the AC fan wound down. The rush of air dropped in pitch, then fell away entirely, leaving the vent above me a dead opening. The little vibration I had gotten used to in my elbows on the table smoothed out to nothing. The light cooling on my skin stopped. At that exact same moment, the sound from upstairs vanished. Not lowered, not muffled. Vanished. The laughter, the dialogue, the faint hiss of someone else's life bleeding into mine. Gone, as if someone had pressed a global mute button on the ceiling. No footsteps, no pipes, no toilet flush, nothing. Outside, the traffic noise seemed to shrink, like someone had shut a window I had not known was open. For one long second, the entire apartment building around me was absolutely silent. Not quiet, not less noisy, silent, in the way that makes your ears ring because your brain is so sure something must be missing that it invents its own static to fill the gap. I did not move. My hands hovered over the keyboard, fingers curved, suspended above letters. The laptop screen glowed in front of me, a rectangle of light in a room that suddenly felt too large. The digital clock on the stove still said 12:23, its green segments unfazed. The silence pressed against my skin like a physical thing. It was the same shape as that first small glitch in the basement. Back then, it had been a curiosity, A weird moment when the vending machine, the boiler, and my own fridge had all aligned and shut up at once. I had noticed it, felt my body tense, and then let it go when the hum came back. I had told myself it was nothing, a power blip, a coincidence. Sitting at the kitchen table in my new, higher, supposedly safer apartment, I realized that the silence itself had been a pattern, a signal, the space someone else used to step in. My eyes flicked to the walls. Nothing moved. No shadows crossed under the door. No shapes drifted behind the thin curtains. The air felt heavier, like the apartment was holding its breath alongside me. The building had systems that lived their own cycles. Compressors, fans, pumps. For all of them to hit that dead zone at once again, in a different place, in a different life, at the exact moment I was typing about it. Coincidence only stretches so far before it snaps. For that 1 second, I could hear things I had no business hearing. The soft thump of my own heartbeat in my ears. The slight rustle of the fabric of my hoodie when my chest rose and fell. The tiny, sticky sound when I swallowed. The laptop keys clicked once as I realized my fingers had tensed and accidentally tapped one. That single character, some random, meaningless letter, appeared on the screen, the only proof anything in the room was still moving. Then my phone lit up. It did not buzz. It did not ring. It did not slide across the table like in some cheesy movie. It just blinked awake, screen flaring to life where it sat face up next to the laptop, casting a new square of cold white over the wood grain. A single notification filled the lock screen. New message. Unknown number. 7.3, I do not answer. The sound my phone made was tiny, but in that second, it felt like the loudest thing in the world. It did not start with a ring. It started with a single, short vibration against the wood of the table. A little buzz that ran up through my elbows and into my teeth. The screen was already lit from the earlier flash, but now it shifted, the lock screen giving way to an incoming call. Unknown caller. The number sat underneath, neat white digits on black. The first 3 made my blood run cold. Same area code as the old building. I had a new number now, new SIM, new everything. But area codes are geography. They are maps disguised as numbers. That code was the block of streets where the basement sat like a bad tooth in the city's jaw. My eyes slid over the rest of the digits, and even though I told myself they were random, they tugged at something in my memory. Patterns are ugly that way. The last 4 felt familiar, like the ones that had shown up attached to those old text messages. Just close enough to ring a bell, not close enough for me to swear it was the same. The phone finally found its voice and started to ring. It was a sound I had heard 1,000 times from this same device, but stripped of any tone or context, it might as well have been a stranger knocking. The standard chime cut through the silence in clean intervals, each burst of sound hanging in the air longer than it should have, because there was nothing else to bury it. On the laptop screen in front of me, something else happened. A small banner slid down from the top right corner, half transparent over the words of my draft. New email notification. The sender was some generic address from the horror channel's intake inbox, the one I was literally writing to. The subject line punched straight through the thin layer of denial I had been nursing for months. You never should have left the basement. For a second, my brain refused to process the idea that those words were aimed at me. It tried to twist it into something else. Maybe the channel had some auto-response, some creepy branding thing. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe they had scheduled a video with that title and my email just happened to land at the same time. Then I remembered that I hadn't hit send yet. My draft sat open at the bottom of the screen, still in the composition window, unsent. The subject line field was empty. The email from them, if it was from them, was arriving before I had actually told them I was writing at all. The phone kept ringing. I did not touch it. I did not touch the laptop either. My hands hovered uselessly between the two devices, fingers curled in midair. The chair creaked softly under my weight as every muscle in my body locked up. The buzzing vibration of the phone against the table layered under the ringtone, a faint rattling that made the wood tremble near my wrist with each pulse. The contact list icon strobed in and out of existence as the call interface tried to decide whether this was a person I should recognize. Outside, the city stayed mute. No tires hissed on the road. No sirens climbed. No horns honked. The elevator down the hall did not ding. The neighbor's dog did not bark. It was as if the entire neighborhood had pressed pause right alongside my appliances, as if the world had agreed to give this moment its full attention. I watched the call timer tick up. 5 seconds, 10, 15. It felt like it rang longer than any normal call should. Long enough for a person to get bored and hang up. Long enough for voicemail to grab it. But it kept going, each chime spaced perfectly, each vibration slamming a little farther into the same bruise in my chest. I felt something old and familiar creeping up the back of my neck. The sensation of being counted, logged, noted. In the basement, they had known my schedule down to the 10-minute mark, home by 12:10 most nights. Tonight, in a different building, on a different floor, at 12:23 a.m., someone had chosen to make every sound in my life shut off so I could hear them call. It stopped. No final flourish, no special tone. Just the abrupt snip of sound cut mid-ring, leaving nothing behind but the faint electric hiss of my own nerves. The phone screen flipped back to the lock display, the unknown number shrinking into a recent call line. A beat later, the world exhaled. The fridge shuddered and kicked back on, its compressor rattling for a heartbeat before settling into its usual hum. The AC fan spun up, starting as a low whine and deepening into the normal whoosh through the vents. Above me, the neighbor's TV blared back to life mid-laugh track, a canned roar dropping into the ceiling as if the studio audience had never taken a break. Outside, a car rolled past, tires hissing through leftover rain. Somewhere down the street, a siren wound up into existence, as if it had just remembered it had someplace to be. The building's mechanical chorus snapped back into place so quickly that if you had been in the bathroom or asleep, you might have missed that it had ever gone missing. I stared at the phone. A small red dot appeared over the voicemail icon, soft and insistent. New message. I did not have visual voicemail enabled. I would have to dial in, listen, press numbers, participate. On the laptop, the email notification banner faded away after a few seconds, leaving only a new bolded line in my inbox tab. The subject title sat there, quiet and patient. You never should have left the basement. I did not click it. Maybe it was from the channel, maybe from someone else, maybe from no one at all, some automated echo bumping through the pipes of the internet. It did not matter. Whatever was inside that email was nothing I needed in my head, along with everything else. Instead, I scrolled back down to my draft. The cursor still blinked at the end of the last sentence I had written. The words looked different now that the room had proven it was willing to reenact them. I told you earlier that I am not sending this because I want you to fix anything. I am sending it because I need someone else to know that this did not stop just because I moved. I placed my fingers back on the keys and started typing again. I wrote exactly what had just happened. The fridge, the AC, the TV, The 1-second silence, the unknown call, the email subject line. I wrote the part I am telling you now, about sitting at my kitchen table and not answering. I wrote the part I am about to tell you, because I know you are waiting for me to say it. I have never listened to that voicemail, not once. It sits in my inbox like a sealed jar at the back of a dark cabinet, label turned away. I know it is there. I know I could reach out and open it at any time, but I also know that whatever is inside it will not be something I can unhear. I changed my number once, reset everything once. It did not matter. There is a difference between shutting off a faucet and pretending the pipes behind the wall do not exist. Most nights now, I keep my phone on silent, not airplane mode. I am not trying to disappear entirely, just muted. No rings, no message chimes, no cheerful alerts to tell me my life is still connected to everyone else's. The screen still lights up sometimes, in the dark, throwing little rectangles of information across the room that I do my best to ignore. But I hear other things. I hear every time the building's noise cuts out for a second. Every time the fridge stops mid-hum and the AC pauses and the upstairs neighbor's TV clicks off at the exact same moment. I feel the old panic tug, the muscle memory of being in the basement with my back to the door. It does not happen often, but it does not have to. Once you have had your name spoken into that kind of stillness, you start to measure your life in the gaps between sounds. People love to talk about how peaceful silence is. They go on retreats for it, buy noise-canceling headphones to manufacture it, sit in meditation apps listening to artificial ocean noise and birdsong dipped under a thin layer of nothing, telling themselves they are getting away from the chaos. They have never had silence show up with their name memorized. I do not look at my phone when the world goes quiet. I sit very still at my cheap kitchen table, lit by the laptop glow, and I listen. I wait to see if the building is just breathing, or if someone on the other end of whatever line I never wanted to be on has decided that tonight is the night they stop just watching. If you were expecting an arrest here, or some neat explanation about a disgruntled employee with admin access, I am going to disappoint you. No one got caught. The building never admitted anything. The management company shrugged it off as system anomalies and possible account compromise. The police report went into whatever digital file cabinet they use for weird calls that do not come with bodies attached. I bought more locks. They sold the basement unit to someone else. I do not know how deep the breach went. I do not know if it was just me or my neighbors or half the city. I do not know if the voices behind the panel ever moved on to a new list, a new set of schedules, a new basement somewhere else. I do not know if the admin account is still out there, logging in as you read this, flipping through files labeled with names and routines and small, harmless preferences. All I know is this. The last image I want to leave you with is not a monster in a doorway or a ghost in a mirror. It is a man, me, sitting at a cheap kitchen table in a third-floor apartment, fingers hovering over a keyboard, held in place by the thin, stretched-out second between one machine noise stopping and the next starting up again. A man who has learned that sometimes the scariest thing in the room is not what you can see, but the exact moment when everything else that usually covers it up goes quiet. The phone is on the table, screen dark, voicemail waiting. The building hums. I am still listening.